I really want to welcome everyone to the annual MS Research Symposium that the ANU puts on for us every year. It's very exciting to know that we've got over 100 people registered for today, which is absolutely fantastic, and I think is a very good signal of how much everyone appreciates and is interested in this event. My name's Vanessa Fanning. I'm a member of the patient experience team of the Our Health in Our Hands project, OHIOH. Before I hand over to Bec Duncan, who is going to do our acknowledgement of country and be our first speaker, I just wanted to run through a couple of housekeeping matters. We're running this session for about an hour. We've got a little bit of flexibility on that. I'd like to ask you all to keep your microphones on mute until question time at the end. If you want to submit questions during the talk, you can use the chat box for that, and you can address your question. You can do it so that everyone can see your question, or you can address it specifically to the chair. And just to remind you that this session is being recorded and it'll be available on the website afterwards. So if you need to miss part of this session or any of the sessions later in the day, you will be able to watch it on the website. So now I'd like to pass over to Bec to do the acknowledgement of country. Bec was born and raised in Forbes, New South Wales, and then moved to Canberra to attend the ANU, where she studied law. She's now working in the public service and works on a range of legal and policy issues in employment and workplace relations, and now represents the Australian government at the International Labour Organization, the United Nations Labour Agency. Bec lives in Yass. She moved there in 2010 with her husband, and she manages 3 daughters as well as a pretty demanding career. She was diagnosed with MS in 2019, and she was 39 at that time. And she's a fairly recent member of our ACT MS Community Engagement Council. So Bec's got a whole lot of perspectives to give us today, I'm sure. Bec, over to you. Thanks for joining us and doing the acknowledgement of country for us.
Thanks very much, Vanessa. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I would like to start by acknowledging the first Australians on whose land the ANU operates, and the land in Yass from where I am speaking today. We pay our respects to the elders of the Ngambri and Ngunnawal people, past, present and emerging. I express my gratitude to the Indigenous community for the contribution they have made in Canberra and the Yass Valley in particular, and also in the communities from where you are all joining us today. It's a great honour for me to be invited to open this very important symposium. It's my first one, and I'd like to thank the eminent and dedicated researchers of the ANU for hosting it and for this invitation to tell my story. I'm really looking forward to learning more about this disease that most of us online today either live with or work on, as our researchers valiantly try to improve our understanding of it, our treatments and our lives, for which we thank you all. I have to admit, it does feel a little bit intimidating to be speaking to so many people with MS today, because I know so many of you have been diagnosed for a lot longer than I have, and because we all have a uniquely personal experience of this disease. I've heard it called the snowflake disease because everyone is different. So I really do hope that you'll only take what you wish from my tale, as I know that your personal experience may be very different to mine. But like so many of you, my story does not begin at the point of diagnosis. So in the spirit of today's theme, something old and something new, I'll begin with something old, my time before diagnosis. Because you know what's worse than being diagnosed with MS? Not being diagnosed with MS and thinking you are actually going mad, like quite mad. There is one particularly bad day that sticks out in my memory from about 2 years before I was diagnosed. I don't know about you, but I hate going to the beach, like really hate the beach, because I always need a few days to recover from the experience. The deep shifting sand, the heat, the lack of shade, the wind, the wet walk back to the car, you know. So when I was in Tathra one day with my 6-year-old, our 4-year-old, and a just turned 1-year-old, I was really in struggle town. My husband was out in the water. I was trying to supervise 3 girls going in all different directions, and I was just a bit over it. My brain was completely fried. I just saved my middle daughter from a scary wave, and I grabbed my eldest by the hand, and she was trying to pull away from me, and I battled up to the sand, to our towels, to collapse, leaving my 1-year-old alone back at the water's edge. I was missing a baby. I suddenly realised. I turned around and I started to run, only to see a very confused woman asking people who owned this baby that she had found near the water. And I will never forget that day. I want to reassure all of you that I was normally quite a responsible and conscientious parent, but I truly started to worry that I was losing the plot, that I might accidentally leave my child in the car, and I became obsessed with checking the back seat. I didn't know what was happening. Why was my cognition just no longer there? And along with some physical symptoms I'd had for some time, I had streaking leg and arm pain, tingling, the normal intense fatigue that we all have. I was tripping over flat ground, and I was certain that I was now actually going mad, and maybe I needed to see someone about early onset dementia. And so I drifted along like this for years. I tried different diets, all the snake oils, massage, yoga, all the things, magnesium float baths, which actually helped, by the way. So I was trying everything, and maybe some of you did this too, not knowing why you feel so bloody tired all the time, why your body is doing weird things, and why you need to lay down after having a shower to recover, and then lay down again after you've got dressed, and why the things that others seem to love doing, like being outside and active for the day in the sun, is enough to send you straight to bed, exhausted by the thought of it. So that was basically me from when I was 26 weeks pregnant with my 3rd daughter. I got the worst case of the flu that I've ever had, and I never really came back from that. Some days were worse than others, of course, but I was never really feeling good at all. So I drifted from doctor to doctor for around 4 years, which is a pretty short time compared to others, I now know, but at the time I didn't. And I had some classic MS symptoms that some doctors didn't really seem to understand, or some of them seemed a bit dismissive. But I was the right age and the right gender for a classic MS presentation, but my MRI and my bloods weren't showing anything, nothing. So for my young children, I called my worst days my Tin Man days. You know, the Tin Man out of The Wizard of Oz. And I told the kids that I was in need of some of the Tin Man's oil to start moving again. So that oil was my trusty magnesium spray bottle, which is liquid gold for me. But it took going blind in my left eye over one weekend, one February, before I felt like anyone was taking me seriously. I'd gone to see my normal optometrist in my lunch break from work. I thought I had something in my eye. It was like a white film. I couldn't see. She couldn't find anything. She sent me straight to Canberra Hospital, and I even drove myself there, blind, not recommended. Don't do what I did. But I nearly didn't go. because I was really busy that day. I had stuff to do. I did not have time for this, but I also couldn't see. So I did what I was told. And after about 6 hours of tests, there I was. I was the last person standing in the eye clinic at Canberra Hospital at 6 o'clock on a Monday night. And after everyone else leaving the waiting room, a young trainee doctor, I think, strolled past where I was sitting. I was tucked away in a little corner, and I heard him ask his colleague at the desk, "Where is the MS lady?" And as I was the only one in that room, and from the horrified reaction on his colleague's face when she looked at me, I knew straight away that I was apparently the MS lady. And I said, "Am I the MS lady?" And the doctor's horrified look means he probably won't do that again to someone with their first presentation of optic neuritis. No one had mentioned MS to me before that. So that was a fun afternoon, 90% blind in my eye, as it turned out. But I was pretty much sent back out into the world to fend for myself until something else revealed itself. And I don't know if anyone's had a doctor say that to you, but that's what they said to me. And I guess it was then that it really sank in for me that the multiple in multiple sclerosis is there for a reason. Maybe I'm a slow learner, but a single relapse does not a diagnosis make. No, we have to suffer through 2 or more before you can get a formal diagnosis. Which is why my diagnosis, when it finally came, was much more a relief than anything. I literally did a little jig in my kitchen, and I was really happy that day, ironically, because finally, after another Christmas spent laying under the air conditioner with my 80-year-old grandma, both of us fairly immobile, with what I now know to be nerve pain, I asked for another MRI, and I got one early in the new year. And 2 days later, there it was. Irrefutable medical evidence right there at the bottom of the radiologist's report suggests multiple sclerosis. So there was evidence of apparently 3 separate demyelinating episodes, proved beyond reasonable doubt by that fancy machine we know and love that sounds like a bad heavy metal band. And I don't mind MRIs so much now. I get a good rest while I'm in there. And after seeing that report, at last, I thought people will understand that I wasn't faking it, that I wasn't lazy, that I wasn't depressed or suddenly an introvert. I was just a bit clumsy, or perhaps they would understand that I wasn't drunk, even though I was tripping over on flat ground from time to time. No, I was actually sick. There was a medical reason for why I felt the way that I felt. And I was sick. I am sick. Just like I'd told the 3rd or 4th GP that I had, I'm not ashamed to admit, shopped myself around to because I was looking for answers. So before I got diagnosed, one GP told me that I was probably just a tired mother because I had 3 kids under 5 and I should probably just try and rest. Another suggested a psychologist, and I saw one because I was just searching for answers. Maybe I am going mad, I thought. And unsurprisingly, doctors were not too impressed that with the help of Dr. Google, I had come to my own diagnosis. I had unilaterally decided that I had either MS or Crohn's disease, and I wanted answers. So a spoiler alert, it turns out that I actually have both. At the end of the day, I was kind of right. But what I wanted to hear was from those GPs was that I believe you. Even if the tests were normal, I wanted to feel that they heard what I was experiencing and have that validated. Because I don't want to give the impression that I don't trust the doctors. I absolutely do. I trust our good scientists, especially those online today and our experts. who are literally some of the best in the world. But I've also learned that you have to advocate really strongly for yourself until you find your medically qualified and ancillary service team, your dream team, until you find the right fit for you, your squad, or your wolf pack, as I call it. And fighting for that understanding can be really hard when you're already struggling through every day as it is. But there was a silver lining to that delayed diagnosis. A new drug, OHIOH, was listed on the PBS on the 1st of January 2019, 10 days before I was officially diagnosed. So on the advice of my great neuro, I started OHIOH and NDEP as well for some sleeping problems I was having and the intense nerve pain in my leg, and my life got immeasurably easier. It wasn't all due to the drugs, I hasten to say, and here is where I get to the something new part of our theme today, I guess, because more significantly, I think for me, is that suddenly with that diagnosis of MS, there were support groups available to me. National charities were researching and fundraising. There was magazines and newsletters, social media groups, and even memes that make fun of chronic illness made by people with chronic illness. There were information sessions, diets, coffee clubs, exercise programs, physio, counselling services, hotlines, fridge magnets, t-shirts, the 24-hour swim, and yes, of course, what I knew most of was the MS Readathon, which has been around for as long as I've been on this earth. Excuse me. And I also discovered Gloria McKerrow House in Canberra, where I could go and meet other people just like me, just like you. And that was where I met the adult daughter of a lady with MS, and she reassured me that my kids would be just fine and that she never blamed her mother for having MS. And I didn't know that I needed to hear that. I had no idea I needed to hear that, but I did. I didn't know that I was really worried that I would be the mother who couldn't run around and play with her kids, that my disability might impact their lives, that they might even hold it against me, that mummy was in bed all the time. And I don't know that lady's name, but I thank her for that comfort on that day, because I suddenly saw a better future for my family. And Gloria McKerrow House is also where I joined the MS Community Engagement Council, where I met Vanessa, and they are doing a great job for all of us to try and have the services that we need here in the ACT and surrounding districts. A whole world of support and tangible help had opened up to me that was just not there before diagnosis, or that I felt strange about accessing before diagnosis, at least. I was just a working mother in her late 30s. We were renovating our house, raising kids. I was borrowing my grandmother's walking stick and just trying to get through every day the best I could, even though I was in constant pain and just absolutely exhausted. And I still get like that some days, but at least now I know why. And for me, and I know this is not the same for everybody, but that diagnostic limbo was my toughest time so far. I was not able to live normally, but I wasn't quite so disabled that people knew what I was going through and that I could get the help and treatment that I needed. And I was certainly not visibly disabled enough for a security guard at the top of the Empire State Building one night in 2017, when he insisted that I get up off the floor and keep moving, even though there were no chairs at all to sit on up there. And my cousin was taking a really long time taking her photos. And we had just walked around New York all day, and I could literally no longer stand up, like my legs were gone. I don't know if you've had that experience. But my cousin wasn't too impressed because I left her at the top of the Empire State Building at 10 o'clock that night to go in search of a chair to sit on. I am in no doubt, I'm acutely aware of where Canberra needs more public seating. I've never been more conscious of it in my life. And there must be thousands of people right now, a bit like I was, battling away, Googling their symptoms, spending a fortune on different specialists, having a gazillion blood tests. I'm on first name basis with the lady at our local pathology clinic. But then maybe they don't show anything. And maybe you don't know what's going on. And you might be making plans with your friends and workmates and then making excuses when you can't follow through with those plans and then feeling bad about it. And that's what I did. And I guess I'd really want those people struggling along to know that they are not alone. I felt alone, but I now know that limbo is a common story that many people struggle with before they are eventually diagnosed with MS. And if it wasn't for my very supportive husband and my great boss and a supportive team in my job in the public service, I might not be working at all. They seem pretty happy enough to pretend that my jumbled sentences make sense sometimes. And as the main income earner in our family, if they didn't, that would quickly become a serious issue for us. And I know how lucky I am to have those flexible working conditions and a supportive family. The day after I got diagnosed, my parents announced that they were moving to Yass, and I got myself a cleaner, because if I can outsource something now, I do. And I don't feel guilty about that anymore. And I hope that you don't either. So this is my story so far. I don't know what my future holds. I just try and take each day as it comes. One day I might wake up and realise I can't walk. Who knows? I try not to dwell on that too much. I try to stay positive, and I know I've been pretty lucky so far. I've been able to put things in place that make a real structural difference to my daily life. Our 3 girls, now aged 11, 9 and 6, can now walk themselves back from the shoreline when we're at the beach. And I've found a path at a beach where you can walk right down to the sand. It's at Mollymook, if you're wondering, right in front of the golf club. So you don't have to battle over that soft sand to get to the water. But I know that not everyone is so lucky. I hope you find today's discussions helpful and that you feel able to reach out and ask for support if you feel you need it. And especially as we hopefully start to emerge from lockdown in what might just be the vaccination capital of the world, I hope you're all able to get back together and share in that experience and seek support as you need. Of course, there are worse things than MS, but it is not curable yet. It can still be a really debilitating blow to anyone, especially if you're suffering from severe disability. And I hope that through the presentations today and by sharing your stories and your struggles, that you can find some nuggets of inspiration that you can apply to your life and your experience of this bloody thing that we know as MS. So thank you very much for listening. I really hope you enjoy the symposium and that I get the opportunity to meet more of you in person one day around the traps. So thank you, and back to you, Vanessa.
Thanks, Bec. That was absolutely fabulous. I you packed so much into that. It was so relatable. I'm sure so many people with MS really understood what you were saying and were very moved by it, as I was. And I think for our researchers as well, online today, that was a really fabulous insight into what it's like to have MS, what that mysterious limbo is like before you get diagnosed. And actually the ANU is doing work on precisely that issue, you know, how we can learn more about what's called the MS prodrome, you know, the symptoms that appear before diagnosis, and how we can alert the medical profession generally to being aware of the ways, the many, many multifarious ways that MS can manifest itself. Thank you so much, Bec. That was really fantastic. Does anyone have any questions for Bec before we move to our next speaker? I have a small question, Bec. Maybe it's rattling around in someone else's mind as well. This liquid gold, this magnesium spray. Tell us about it.
Yes, yes. Well, as I said, I tried everything, and I Googled everything, and it was actually somebody on an MS Facebook group that I saw suggested it. And so you can just get it at the chemist. It's a magnesium oil spray, and it's just in a bottle. I think there's lots of different brands available, and I just literally spray it on my skin. So particularly when I've got that nerve pain down my leg or in my arms, yeah, my Tin Man spray, I spray it on, and you can take magnesium in a tablet form as well, and there's creams, all different kind of formulations, and I just find it takes that edge off a little bit, and it helps you sleep, I think some people have found. So yeah, give it a go. It's about $30 a spray bottle, and it lasts a good while. Yep.
Okay. Well, great to know about that. That's not a new one on me. I hadn't heard of it. Any other questions for Bec before we move on? Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Bec. It was amazing, really interesting to get this insight, especially for me as a researcher. It's always good to understand how it actually feels on the other side. I was just wondering, you mentioned a lot of the channels you use to then have access to, you know, all these groups and so on. How did you find out about them? Is there a good way to get this information, or was it just delivered to you?
So I had been kind of loitering in MS Facebook groups even before diagnosis, and I didn't sort of participate, but because I felt like a bit of a fraud, like I didn't have that diagnosis, so I was just sort of there. And I do most of my research online, and then I literally remembered the MS readathon and just sort of Googled MS Australia, and it was, I accessed that online, and I thought there must be something in Canberra. I didn't realise Gloria McKerrow House was there. I just sort of Googled MS Canberra, and it just so, actually what happened was a colleague at work saw something in the Canberra Weekly, which was a session for newly diagnosed people, and it turned out that session, that was being run for the first time in like 2 years. They'd not run it, I think I'm right in saying that. And so I literally went along to that session, and that's where I met that lady who was the daughter of a lady with MS. And then I picked up a newsletter there, and sort of that's yeah, I literally walked into Gloria McKerrow House not really knowing anybody. So that's how I accessed the services. And then I registered with MS Connect, and I joined the Mothers with MS teleconference group. So so I just did a lot through that MS website. If anyone doesn't know where to go, I think that's a good place to start. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and perhaps just to reinforce that, for anyone who's online today who doesn't know about Gloria McKerrow House, Gloria McKerrow House is where people with MS meet. MS Limited, the MS organisation, has staff there. It's in Deakin, and we have quite a lot of activities occur there: massage, exercise, coffee groups, chat groups, talks by well-informed experts in various fields. So if that's not on your radar, let us know and we can tell you how to get involved. Okay, I think we should move on to the next session if there are no further questions for Bec. We're very fortunate this morning to have two speakers from the University of Canberra, who are both specialists in using physical activity to optimize brain function, and very topical subject at the moment. I think there's a lot of interest now in the benefits of exercise for neurological conditions and MS in particular. Dr. Ben Rattray is an associate professor at the University of Canberra. He works for the Research Institute for Sport and Exercise, and he teaches exercise physiology at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. He's particularly interested in understanding the interactions between human movements and the brain. I guess he's going to talk to us about neuroplasticity, and his interest is in seeking to optimize health and performance. And he's doing research into how exercise can impact cognition and how the brain contributes to fatigue. As we know, fatigue is probably the most troublesome and prevalent symptom of MS. And his work takes place, he works with the military and in occupational health and high performance sports settings. And he heads the ActiveBrain research theme within the Research Institute for Sport and Exercise. And Dr. Joe Northey is joining him. Joe is an early career researcher and assistant professor at the University of Canberra. He also teaches exercise physiology and provides expert lectures and content in areas around physical activity and neurocognitive function. So he's also particularly interested in the relationship between physical activity and cognitive function, and in teaching us, informing us as to how much exercise, the exercise dose. So I think I'll pass over to these two guys, and they can tell us more about this fascinating area of research and and about their interest in multiple sclerosis.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I assume that you can all see my screen, which I'm sharing there at this point. Yes, hopefully. Wonderful. Okay, I think by this stage we're getting very good at doing these online things. So, look, to begin with, I would just like to thank Vanessa for the very lovely and kind introduction there, and also just thanks the organising committee for asking Ben and I to come along and speak with you today. And I'm glad that I logged in early because it was really valuable for myself as a non-MS researcher, essentially, to get an insight into the journey and the experiences of someone with MS. So it was incredibly valuable to me. And I know when we're talking with our students, we talk a lot about the need for diagnosis to occur in order for treatment to occur. And so that resonated very well with us, and it's a story that we can take back with back to our students. So thank you very much. Today, Ben and I are going to tag team our discussion a little bit, and we're going to take you on a bit of a journey, I guess, of some of the things that we think are important in terms of exercise dose and brain health in particular. So to begin with, I'll give you a little overview of some of the work that we do up at the University of Canberra. I can say up at the University of Canberra relative to ANU in our ActiveBrain lab. I'll talk a little bit about why we think potentially moderate intensity is a key to brain health. And then Ben will take us on a journey of why he actually thinks that concurrent training, so concurrent training is doing some exercise with a cognitive task at the same time. And then finally, just a few potential applications of this work in an MS space as well. Okay, so up at the University of Canberra, as Vanessa mentioned, we work within the ActiveBrain group. And the ActiveBrain group, we're a group of researchers primarily made up of exercise scientists, but also including physiotherapy and colleagues from psychology backgrounds. We have around 6 core members, and we're mainly teaching research focused. So we split our time sort of between both parts, with a majority of that spent teaching our wonderful undergraduate and postgraduate students. We also are really fortunate to have, fluctuates a little bit, but around 4 PhD students, and we currently have around 6 honours students, all working within our labs and in the areas that we're working in as well. And of course, we couldn't do much of the work that we do without them. We kind of look at our research as working within 3 broad areas, that being the aging sphere, a human performance sphere, and a small but emerging clinical space. And so you can obviously understand the importance of brain health and interventions and so on for aging related research and trying to prevent cognitive decline and things like that. In addition to that, the human performance element, we work with organizations which are particularly interested in scenarios or contexts where cognitive performance is important, but particularly where cognitive tasks or cognitive performance whilst being physically active is required. So, you know, some of the obvious examples of that we work with are our defense and military work, but also a lot of high performance sport and other occupational settings. So, for example, mining and those sort of settings are an example of that. The smaller clinical area that I mentioned is emerging, and at the moment a lot of that work is in a cancer space, particularly with breast and prostate cancer. And in fact, that area, that emerging area, is how we came to speak with Anne and have used some of Anne's expertise in MS to apply some of that in a prostate cancer population with some of the novel biomarkers that she's working with. So I think that's a real value of these types of relationships and scenarios. Some of the things that we're trying to do, obviously we're trying to improve cognitive health, but we also look at ways in which we can improve the physical performance alone. And so there's a lot of good evidence for interventions that we do where we get someone to exercise and do a cognitive task at the same time, and the effects that that has on both physical performance and cognitive performance. We spend a lot of time focusing on cerebrovascular health. We're very interested, and I'll show you some of our equipment that we use on the next slide, in the cerebrovascular contributions to cognitive function, but also to cognitive health more broadly. And so we spend a lot of time trying to understand and optimize cerebrovascular health. We're also very interested in different mechanisms, and we use the mechanisms a lot of the time to try and target very precise exercise dose. So trying to manipulate different growth factors in response to exercise. And then the final dot point, which I think will be of interest to this audience in particular, is some of the work that we do in mental fatigue in particular. So first of all, understanding some of the mechanisms of mental fatigue, but then also trying to put in place some interventions in order to improve the susceptibility to mental fatigue. And I know with my surface exposure to MS and so on, that fatigue is certainly a big concern. And of course, I just want to acknowledge that a lot of this work is done with the ANU through people like Nick Sherman, who I saw pop on just before. We're extremely fortunate at UC that UC has supported us exceptionally well in setting up our lab, and we're kind of spoiled for choice when it comes to equipment. We've got a range of different equipment which monitors brain activity and so on. I just want to point out the picture on the screen here is from one of our honours students who's doing some research in older adults. This is actually her father, she has pointed out, and I have his permission to use the picture. He's doing a concurrent cognitive task, and we're trying to investigate here the different distribution of blood flow in the brain. So we've got a little ultrasound machine which measures blood flow through different vessels in the brain, and a whole range of different monitoring tools from gas analysis to non-invasive blood pressure and so on. So we're very, very lucky with the facilities that we have. We also have access to things like a climate chamber, which again may be something that stands out as being specific to MS-related research, and that we can manipulate temperature and altitude and things like that, and look at the response, but also look at training interventions for that. So that's what Ben and I do. And Ben and I are exercise scientists by trade, and we approach our area from an exercise point of view, and we collaborate quite closely with you know, our colleagues in psychology and so on. I want to start with the first part of, I guess, my section, which is looking at the role of physical activity in reducing or you know, reversing the effects of neurocognitive decline with increasing age. And the reason why I want to touch on a lot of these is that I think if we understand or look at some of the effects of age on the brain and cognitive function and so on, a lot of the mechanisms and the causes are very much shared between different pathologies. And again, you know, maybe I come from a cancer background a lot of the time, but listening and understanding some of the MS-related side effects and so on, you can see how a lot of these overlap quite dramatically. When we look at aging, an aging perspective, we talk about different mechanisms which impact cognitive function directly or impact cognitive function through their impacts on the structure of the brain. So whether that's through changes in grey matter or changes in the white matter and so on, and the way that different areas of the brain functionally connect to one another. We're particularly interested in cerebrovascular function, of course, and we look at that in terms of supply of blood and other growth factors to the brain, but also the important role that the health of the vascular system in general in the brain has for maintaining and supporting the structure and function of the brain. Also, of course, want to point out that we see changes to the cells in the brain, and also a lot of that is in response to things like oxidative stress and inflammation, as well as a whole heap of different environmental stresses. So things like depression, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, which again are diseases and issues in themselves, but are also common comorbidities with many other diseases and so on that we talk about. Keep losing my button. There we go. So what role does physical activity have in all of that? And the way that we look at physical activity is that we think of physical activity as being able to reduce and target the brain, to target the brain by reducing some of the impacts of many of the risk factors of cognitive decline. So reducing the negative things, whilst also promoting a really positive environment for brain adaptations to occur. So we talk about reducing those risk factors like cardiovascular disease, like inflammation, like diabetic status and so on, which we know are negative impacts on the brain. And also through promoting that really rich neurotrophic environment. So we talk about the benefits of different growth factors that get released when you exercise. So for example, when you have an acute bout of exercise, you release a really important growth factor called BDNF, which I know gets mentioned quite a lot in a lot of MS-related research at times. And BDNF is really important for neurogenesis, but also for the consolidation of new brain cells and therefore different memories and different cognitive processes and so on. And so this is I guess the background and the rationale as to why physical activity can be of benefit to the brain. When we look at the guidelines of physical activity for cognitive health, the World Health Organization put out some guidelines in 2019 now, and some of the work that Ben, Nick Sherburn and myself did contributed to these guidelines. And there is now a bulk of evidence which essentially enables us to relatively confidently recommend physical activity to adults who have normal cognition in order to reduce their cognitive decline. But the key limitation in this research, and this is where I guess we target a lot of the time, is the certainty around what the optimal dose of physical activity is. And of course, whenever you get told to do some physical activity for something, whether it's a health outcome or for well-being or whatever it might be, the next obvious question, of course, is, well, what should I do? And at the moment, it's a little bit difficult to give some of that advice, but we have some evidence, I guess, and some theories as to what certainly key parts of that are going to be. And one of those, as the start of my presentation kind of alluded to, is that we think that moderate intensity physical activity in particular is potentially a key component of exercise for the brain. So what is moderate intensity? If you go for a walk and you walk fast enough that you increase your breathing rate slightly, but you can still maintain a conversation, that's around moderate intensity activity. So a little bit of exertion, but not so much that you can't maintain a conversation. Now, this is a study that we did alongside Nick Sherburn and Karen Anstey and the ANU using the PATH study. And what we did was we looked at the relationship between objectively measured physical activity, and we're very insistent that we use activity monitors to objectively quantify the type and amount of physical activity. And we're able to show in this that moderate intensity physical activity only was associated with some increased brain volumes in really important areas related to brain health. Now, the really interesting thing for us was that when we looked at light, when we looked at vigorous intensity, when we looked at overall physical activity levels, we couldn't show any of these effects. It was unique to moderate intensity physical activity. When we look at different interventions, similar things start to show up. So this is a meta-analysis that, again, we did a couple of years ago, looking at the effects of exercise on cognitive function in adults over the age of 50. And whilst we were able to show that physical activity interventions overall improved cognitive function and different domains of cognitive function, when we looked at some of the aspects of dose, it started to paint a really clear picture again of this important role of moderate intensity in particular. So when we looked at low intensity only, we didn't see the same effects as what we did when we did moderate and high. And interestingly, the effects of higher intensity were much the same as moderate intensity. So it's almost like there's a bit of a threshold required in order to cause some of these impacts on cognitive function. Now, the question, of course, is why does moderate intensity do this? And what is so magic about this? Because I'm sure some of you would assume or expect that there's almost a linear relationship and that more and harder exercise is always better. And there's many, many different examples of different mechanisms that support this. So for example, if we look at cerebral blood flow to the brain, we actually know that cerebral blood flow peaks around about moderate intensity and declines to resting levels or below resting levels when you start to exercise harder. And that blood flow to the brain is really important in terms of the effects of exercise because it improves vascular health, but it also helps to carry many of those circulating growth factors to active areas of the brain. So not only is it directly helping the health of the brain, it's the highway that carries all those important growth factors there. Similarly, one of those important growth factors of BDNF, we also see again this sort of threshold where exercise of at least moderate intensity is required in order to acutely increase those growth factor levels, which in turn get carried to the brain through cerebral blood flow. So there's a number of different mechanisms, I guess, which support some of these theories and ideas that we have around the importance of moderate intensity activity. So I guess the implications of this for you is the idea that we need to have both a sufficient physiological stimulus and also a sufficient exposure time. So some of those growth factors that get released only get released while you exercise. And so part of our theory behind the importance of moderate intensity is that not only does it have enough of the stimulus to increase blood flow, increase some of those growth factors, but you can also accumulate moderate intensity for longer periods of time than more high intensity activity. And so potentially you're getting a greater exposure of these important factors, which are getting directly carried to the brain. Now, the next part of this, of course, is how can we optimize this effect? And I'm going to hand over to Ben at this point, who's going to talk to us more about concurrent training at this point.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks everyone. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks very much. And Bec, I really did enjoy that presentation very much that you gave earlier. So I'll jump into mine. I'll try and wrap it up reasonably quickly. So my background's in orienteering. So very much a sport where you combine the physical and the cognitive challenge of navigating around a course. And so I think it was inevitable that my interest was always going to come back to that, and I'm trying to understand the links between physical activity and the brain. And so hence the comment that Joe threw in for me for the presentation about orienteering down the bottom of this particular slide. But there is theories around why physical activity is so beneficial for the brain, and that really goes just from an evolutionary perspective, where as a hunter-gatherer type lifestyle, I guess, which we've spent most of our evolutionary period in, there are lots of cognitive challenges, and physical activity itself is extremely challenging to the brain. And perhaps this is why people report so much fatigue when it's not as straightforward, because there is a lot of coordination involved, there's goal orientation involved, and there's thought processes on exactly what we need to do. So essentially, the evolutionary theory basically points out of all the changes and all the control mechanisms that occur in the brain during physical activity, and hence why the repeated exposure to that activity helps support brain health in the long term. Next slide. Thanks, Joe. In fact, if we look at the evidence, you can see there's a little figure on the left-hand side of this slide, and this is one of the authors is Amit Lampert, one of our collaborators that we work with at the University of Melbourne. And what they did is looked at all the evidence around cognitive performance and what type of interventions had the largest benefit for cognitive performance. And the treatments that you can see down there, the top one is simultaneous, and the second one counts as sequential, the third one counts as cognitive training, and then physical exercise, etc. And so the point is that physical exercise does have a benefit for cognitive outcome. Cognitive training fairly clearly does, but use it or lose it type scenario. Sequentially, when you combine physical activity and cognitive activity in close time to each other, is even more beneficial, and perhaps the most beneficial is when you do it simultaneously. So you combine a physical and cognitive activity, and I'll talk about what I mean by that in a moment. The image on the right was really just a reminder for myself to talk about why we think this might be the case. And physical activity in general might provide this really rich environment of neurotrophic factors, the BDNF that Joe spoke about. It also increases blood flow, your heart rate gets up, etc. So you've got this combination of where you're supplying these rich neurotrophic areas on this real highway, as the analogy Joe used, into the brain. And so if you're doing the cognitive activity at the same time, then I guess the idea is your brain has this real opportunity to take advantage of that rich environment that's around. So the cognitive activity that's happening is supported with that rich environment right at the time that it needs it. Next slide. Thanks, Jim. Joe talked about cerebrovascular stuff, and this is, I guess, one of the niche areas that we can do within our lab. So we play on it a little bit. This is some work that an honours student that's currently in our lab, she hasn't submitted her honours. She's got to submit it in the next couple of weeks. But this is some pilot data that she collected this year. And what it is basically she compared older adults, in this case, her dad was one of those participants, where we looked at blood flow in two different vessels. So in the middle cerebral artery, so one supplying kind of the middle areas of the brain, as it suggests, and the anterior cerebral artery. So those supplying the frontal areas of the brain. And the reason why we wanted to look at this is because we know that the middle cerebral artery in particular increases with physical activity. But we're really interested in what was happening in the front of the brain, because obviously the front of the brain is where those areas more highly related to cognitive function are more active. And so we wanted to know if there was a bit of a redistribution. So could we optimize how much blood was flowing to the brain? And this is only pilot data, but it's really exciting for us because it's the first evidence that there is in where physical activity with a cognitive task, we got them to do a brain game, in this case, whilst they were cycling on a bike, where we can actually influence how much blood is flowing to different parts of the brain. And that might be really important in terms of optimizing blood flow in the end game. Next slide, thanks, Joe. So essentially, we just have this theory where we can improve cognitive function with physical activity. We can improve it with cognitive only. But if we combine those two tasks, then we have many other mechanisms that kind of come together and perhaps give us additional benefits, not only in terms of cognitive performance, but also in neural coherence. So that's nerves talking to each other, the grey matter volume, and as well as the physical fitness. And what I haven't mentioned there, but we do talk about a lot, is improvements in terms of fatigue outcomes as well. Next slide, thanks, Joe. So really the implication of this, what we're trying to get at, is really, if we want to optimize the benefit, is that we not only need to think about the physical activity dose, but we need to think about the physical activity dose around cognitive function. And so a really simple way of thinking about combining the two would just be learning a new movement pattern. So learning a new dance, for instance, would increase the cognitive engagement related to a physical activity. There are obviously a lot of EXA games, computer games that get you moving, where they try and combine a cognitive and physical element. And of course, what we do in our lab is very much more proof of concept stuff, where we actually use a very specific cognitive assessments within a controlled cycling environment, if you like. So that's if it's together. But clearly there's also extra benefit just by doing them in close proximity. So even thinking about if you have a cognitive task that's coming up, or some task that you want to improve that has a high brain component, if you do physical activity perhaps just before that to try and increase the blood flow and those neurotrophic factors floating around, it might provide additional benefits. Next slide, thanks, Joe. So how does this relate to MS? So I just want to reiterate, first of all, that we are not MS researchers and know very little. My main knowledge of MS comes from the West Wing. I do have a daughter with cystic fibrosis, so I'm quite familiar with chronic illness in general and some of the issues that can bring up. But I guess what I really want to point out is our research seems to align quite closely with the mechanisms that are thought to benefit from the early stages of multiple sclerosis in terms of reducing symptoms and also the comorbidities that exist. We are aware that the current evidence around physical activity is pretty much in its infancy. It's not particularly well developed. And a lot of that is because the physical activity is not well controlled, not well measured, and is typically at a low intensity. And as Joe highlighted, we think that's less than optimal in terms of potential benefits. So it is apparent from the literature that physical activity is safe and it does have the potential to reduce MS symptoms and very obviously to manage comorbidities. Now, obviously, it's very tricky balance sometimes to balance that with fatigue and trying to get that kind of exercise in. And so if you're not already aware, we just want to also point out that there are accredited exercise physiologists recognised as health professionals, and are specifically trained to work in clinical exercise prescription. And fatigue and pain is one thing that we know from first-hand experience that they are taught a lot about in terms of working with clients. And finally, I just want to point out, in case you're not already aware of it, Exercise Right is a website that's largely managed by Exercise and Sport Science Australia, one of the peak body for exercise science within Australia, and they have some multiple sclerosis resources there. So many people in the community may find that website and information on it quite useful. And I think I will wrap it up there, and I think we're happy to take any questions, Joe.
Thanks very much, Ben and Joe. I see we have a question from Matthew.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Vanessa. Question for either Joe or Ben. I've been living with the challenges of MS for about 18 years in New South Wales. I'm in a wheelchair, and I do 3 hours, or at least 3 hours a week in the Neuromoves gym in Sydney, one-on-one sessions with an exercise physio. Now, the kit that you talk about in your lab environment looks really cool, but when you're not in a lab environment, what sort of examples of cognitive exercise could be done at the same time as someone in a wheelchair? So examples of things I'm doing now might be a motor-med bike, functional electrical stimulation on my legs, ski machine, boxing, arm crank, that sort of stuff. But what sort of cognitive specific exercises could I incorporate in my one-on-one sessions to benefit or maximise the benefit of that concurrent training you talked about?
I'm happy to take that, Joe. Yeah, look, I think it's just limited by imagination. So very mundane, boring examples would be, there are activities where people like count backwards in multiples of 7 from a large number. So there's arithmetic, and there's even just recalling events that have happened previously. There are also a lot of apps now. So Brain HQ is one, Luminosity is another one. There's numerous ones. If you have an internet search and look for brain games, you'll find there's lots of different versions up there. Now, some of them will be problematic if you're doing an arm crank activity at the same time, for instance. There are new ones I am aware of that are coming out that respond to eye movement. So you can basically make cognitive choices on eye movement. There's a Swiss company that organised them. And so I think that's how I would probably approach it. And they're designed in such a way that I think they're more likely to keep your cognitive interest high at the same time.
Great, thank you. If we could get those links that you mentioned in the notes after the session, that'd be awesome, please.
Nick, did you have a question? Nick Sherwin? No, okay. Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you. I try and make it all compact. So I started working with neurofeedback and learning about it a little while ago. So I'm wondering, all that's been said, would that be pointing to an advantage of maybe doing exercise just before neurofeedback, or even during neurofeedback when it's wireless? I don't know if anyone has any knowledge about that.
Thanks for the question, Suzanne. Look, I don't have specific knowledge around how neurofeedback and physical activity would work together. But neurofeedback is typically something where you basically improve a cognitive process with that feedback. So it would make complete sense to me that if you did physical activity either during or prior to it, that you would increase that rich neurotrophic environment. And so your neurofeedback session would then perhaps be able to take advantage of that, and you would get quicker, perhaps, adaptations, or even if it's not positive adaptations, maybe you delay the decline. That would be my guess in terms of.
But there's no studies that would have been done already on that.
No, I'm not aware of any. The idea behind this concurrent activity is fairly new, and so there is not a lot of research in general in any population, let alone an MS population.
Maybe that would be a good thing to look into.
Yeah, agree. Thanks for that, Susan.
Okay, does anyone else have questions for Ben or Joe?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Maureen.
Hi, Maureen.
I design my garden and work a lot in it. I'm sort of 60 years into MS. And so I'm not highly functioning, but I can walk around with a walker. Would the fact of me exercising in the garden, using my walker and planning all the plantings out and designing it all be enough to give that input, that mental input into the exercise?
This one's probably beneficial. If you want, you've taken the first two. Look, it's a really important question, and it's something that our students ask quite often because we tend to give this focus on it has to be moderate intensity. We also talk about that's a very focused perspective on it as well, and it ignores the fact that things like some sort of strength training, and gardening is a fantastic example of that, is really crucial for enabling physical function to do, some walking, whether it's with a walker or without a walker. And so gardening is one of the best activities that you can do because it's cardiovascular, it's strength-based, there's a balance component, it's very, very functional. And in addition to that, of course, you've got the benefits of the spatial planning, all those sorts of things. And there's also a lot of good research that, physical activity and so on in those green spaces, those very natural spaces, are also very good for cognitive function. So, I think gardening certainly falls into and generally collects the ideas that we're talking about.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you so much. I do a lot of it.
That's good. You can come to my house anytime you want, Maureen.
I win competitions with my garden. I'm very proud of it.
Well, mine is a blank slate ready for you, Maureen, so come on.
If you want cuttings, if you want plants, I propagate as well.
I'll contact you afterwards.
Yes.
I think that's great news. A lot of us are keen on gardening.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question about fatigue, and I think one of you touched on it, but for people with MS, there are certain activities depending on where your weakness is, but let's say you have weakness in one leg, which might mean that fatigue sets in very quickly. For example, when you walk or when you might try to do toe taps with your weak leg. And my question is it beneficial to persist with activities that are really challenging and that can cause you to cause the particular limb to fatigue very quickly? Is it nevertheless beneficial to repeat those activities which are particularly fatiguing?
I can take it, sure. Look, it's a real, I understand that it's a real struggle, and I think that's also why my recommendation would be working with a professional such as a clinical exercise physiologist, someone who understands those fatigues and can provide potential alternatives. Having said that, yes, I agree. There is a level within the healthy populations. There is absolutely a level of if you don't create the fatigue, you don't decrease the fatigue in the long term. So my best guess would be that yes, it would be worth pursuing and to use an athlete analogy, digging into the fatigue a little bit to get the benefit later on. But clearly that needs to be managed because you don't only do exercise in your day, you have to manage your lives and your kids and everything else that's going on. So there's a time and a place, and certainly you don't want to run yourself into a deep fatigue for every session. And even athletes will say that, you know, there'll be key sessions within a week where maybe they will go into deeper levels of fatigue, and then there'll be other sessions where they just try and go lighter. So yeah, I would think that trying to go into that fatigue a little bit strategically and not too often would probably be beneficial. But again, I don't know if that research has been done in MS. I suspect not.
I think I've seen some research which suggests that if you don't persevere with that activity that might be difficult, then the brain kind of switches off that particular pathway. And so that is a reason for persevering with things, even if they're difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that part of the brain will switch off or anything, but I certainly don't think you'll benefit as much if you don't go into it at times.
Yeah. I'm getting signals that we should be winding up to give everyone an opportunity to have a break before our next session, which starts at 11. So there is an opportunity to go off, have a cup of coffee or tea, stretch your legs and refresh before we resume at 11 o'clock. But just before we wrap up, I'll just give people one last opportunity to ask a question of our panel, including Bec. If anyone has a question for Bec, I hope she's still with us there. Any more questions? No? Okay, I can't see anyone asking to putting up their hand. So I think now we'll briefly go into recess. Please don't switch off your Zoom, stay online. And we'll all be back again at 11 o'clock for our next session. Thank you very much, everyone. At 11 o'clock, we've got speakers on COVID-19 and MS, Anneke van der Walt and David Sharkey. Should be...
Welcome back, everybody, to our second session. I also would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the place we meet, or for me, that's the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, and pay my respect to their leaders past, present, and emerging. And so I will chair the session. My name is Anne Brüssler. I'm the MS research lead of Our Health in Our Hands, which you will hear about in the session after lunch. So we thought, given the current situation, it would be good to have a nice discussion about how MS and COVID go together or not go together. And for that, we are very pleased to have two speakers today who can give us some insight into this. So we have Associate Professor Anneke van der Walt. She is a neurologist from Melbourne with a specialization in MS, and she does research as well. So I'm very happy to have her here to give her particular expertise into this. And we also have Professor David Sharkey, here from the ANU, from the John Curtin. He is a virologist by training, so can give the other side of it. And I also want to point out that he is also living with MS, so he has a specific interest into how COVID affects people with MS and how the vaccine affects MS as well. So without further ado, the two of them will do a bit of a joint presentation. So I think let's sit back and enjoy. We will have a lot of time at the end for questions. So if you want to place them to me and I can navigate that, that's fine. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Anne. I think it's always a pleasure to speak to a broad audience like we have today. So we thought what we would do is share our presentation. So I'm going to start off and just give you sort of a broad introduction. I know everybody these days are experts in viruses and epidemiologists and vaccinologists, but I'll provide you with some of the things that I hopefully you haven't heard about, or perhaps you've heard it before, but maybe not in the same way. So I guess, as everybody knows, the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is a novel virus that causes a severe lung syndrome or respiratory syndrome or infection. And it has, of course, spread throughout the world. And it's quite sobering to think that, more than 200 million people have now been infected, with almost 5 million deaths recorded. And it's truly, an incredible thing, to be living through something like this. So just to sort of, give a bit of detail. So obviously, you can get this infection and it can present in lots of different ways. For many people, it would be asymptomatic, and for up to 80% of people, these infections are often mild. It can be moderate for about 20% of people, where they're able to recover at home or they need some support, some medical support. And then very severe disease, was originally thought to affect about 5% of people. And the death rate has remained quite steady at about 4.5%, even in Australia. So, but there are various ways, of course, and this is where, very advanced ICU support comes into play. Now, these numbers are from the very original strain of the virus, and with the newest strains, the Delta variant, this could look slightly different, but overall it stayed the same. So in Australia, and this is just from the government website that I took for a few days ago, we can see that, we're obviously very much into a third wave, mostly, of course, in good old Melbourne and Sydney. And in Australia, remarkably, there's not been that many deaths. So, we're looking, at about 1,600 deaths. But so many people's lives has been disrupted beyond people getting this infection. So it's been pretty incredible. I think I would never forget, and I think many people in healthcare would always get flashbacks to that time when this first emerged in Australia, and the realization of how this is going to affect the way that we do look after people. We had basically a day to shut down our whole infusion center. Staff got redeployed, and I just remember that palpable sense of fear that was hanging in the air. And we were very much, at that point, operating without any information, without any data in people with MS, and more specifically. And we had no idea if people with MS, that we look after and that we know very well, have, friends and family, of course, as well, if how they would go, are they going to be severely ill? And what's going to happen. So we did sort of set up a number of data collection efforts. And in Australia and New Zealand, there is the Australian and New Zealand Association of Neurologists, which all neurologists in Australia and New Zealand belong to pretty much. And as part of this group, there's an MS interest group. So these are neurologists that look after a lot of people living with MS. And we have a very coordinated and, direct communication with each other. And we try and, consolidate the way that we do things together, which is actually fairly unique to Australia and New Zealand. So we try to be quite consistent. And what we set up was, a very simple way to start looking at what information we can gather in any cases in Australia, just with a simple Google Docs sheet initially. And eventually, we've now merged that through, proper ethics and governance process onto a Monash University server. And we gave access to clinicians and nurses and people, working in a wide variety of situations with people living with MS, so that, we didn't just include people who work in big academic centers, which is sometimes what happens when data collection starts. So this is the cases, that we had, that what we've collected so far in Australia. And overall, and there's probably a little bit of underreporting, of course, but, there's been 28 cases overall reported in this data set, of which most were female. And you can see that the average level of, like, if we, score people's neurological examination, we give them a score out of 10. And in this case, most people that contracted COVID in Australia and New Zealand had developed, had already, because of MS, had a little bit of neurological problems. So, two systems at least involved, where they people can notice that they have a bit of walking problems or a bit of a thing. It's not something that, you can just ignore. So, all of the people in this group had been on a disease-modifying treatment with MS, 9 on ocrelizumab, 8 on fingolimod, and then a scattering of people on natalizumab, tecfidera, and teriflunomide. Just about 7 cases that we're still waiting for the detailed data, because they've just happened in the last month. And everybody has continued on their medications, or perhaps just briefly stopped it while they were unwell. So you can see that most of the cases were in Melbourne, and the second big group was in Sydney, with a case in Perth and a case in New Zealand. So they've been pretty lucky. We have information on a few people that required hospitalization in Australia. All the people in this group were had already had MS for quite a long time, and were needing a walking stick at least, a walking frame or a wheelchair. There was one person, two of the people that got admitted also had high blood pressure, and one person who had high blood pressure and emphysema. And, they all recovered. So no one landed in intensive care. But they luckily all did really well. But, very much in the beginning, the thought was, what are people with MS at an increased risk of contracting this virus? And what about the treatments? Are some of them going to make people more vulnerable to have a severe infection? And there's been lots of studies to update us on that now. And it's, we're sort of in a completely different space than we were a year ago. So just to quickly summarize this for you, like probably just the biggest study, there's been an Italian and a French combination collaboration of about 1,800 people, where they found that people living with MS was not at an increased risk of catching COVID-19, but they found that people on ocrelizumab or other drugs in that class, which includes rituximab, may be at an increased risk of more severe infection. A US study from another registry, about 900 people, pretty much found the same thing. And then the Australian data was contributed to this global data sharing study that's just been released, I think, a week ago. And basically, this has the largest group of people living with MS with COVID that, again, found a very similar result. So not a particularly increased risk when you compare it to people without MS. But again, finding that this particular medications, ocrelizumab and rituximab, can increase the risk of a more severe infection, but not death. But that's probably, not the study is not big enough to really comment about death rates. But it probably increases the Ocrevus and rituximab can increase the severity of the infection. Probably, by about, 50%. But you have to remember that we're increasing the risk of a very rare event, so it still remains rare. If you remember that flow chart I showed you before. So you could actually check your personal risk, and there's a couple of calculators that has been developed, and this one in particular is quite good. That's been developed by the University of Oxford. So it allows you to see, what the chances are that you could catch COVID if you have a disability or another disease. What about care beyond medications? So something that I think has been very notable is that, and that worrying as well, is that in one study, it was found that 40% of people living with MS had postponed their clinical appointments, laboratory tests and MRI scans, and about 14% of people had made changes in their treatment, and most of those were things that they decided by themselves. So this is sort of something that would worry us, of course. And we know that long term, there's a risk that people won't get enough treatment, that doctors in particular might choose a less effective or a milder treatment, I guess, or delay starting therapy or wait too long, which can actually really put people at harm, because we know the earlier and the better we treat multiple sclerosis in the beginning, the better the long-term outcomes. And then, of course, something that we've been struggling with, and the impact that I've seen on people that I look after in Melbourne has been enormous, is the disruption to access to rehabilitation programs. And, for some people, that loss of function, it can take years to recover. And it's been very, very distressing to see. So I think, I have to say that fortunately at this stage, it doesn't appear that there's an increased risk of infection in people living with MS. People with MS most at risk to catch COVID is very similar to what it is in the general population. So people who are older, who have higher levels of neurological impairment, and also who have other health problems, of course, will be at a higher risk to catch COVID and have a worse outcome. And also then it looks like the studies are pretty consistent that people on ocrelizumab or rituximab will have a slightly increased risk of a more severe infection. Well, I see a piece of my sentence is missing. Our experience so far has been pretty similar to this. And really over the next 6 to 12 months, we need to start picking up our routine clinical care and monitoring and improve patients' confidence again in their treatment and monitoring. And that goes with the ability to actually attend visits in person. And of course, vaccinations. And this is just where I'm going to stop my screen share and hand over to David to give us a bit of a background about that.
Thanks, Annika. So yeah, I'm going to share my screen now. And what I'm going to do a bit of an immunology lesson, actually, because I think for a lot of people, they feel more confident about the vaccines when they actually understand what they do. And my take on immunology is it is horribly complicated, but a lot of the really fundamental things that you need to know are actually not that complicated, and they can be applied across everything from infection to vaccine, and in fact, even to what goes wrong in MS. So that's what I'm going to try and do here. So hopefully you can see my screen. I'm going to try and write on my slides, so it might get a bit wobbly. Let's see how we go. So these are my fabulous COVID vaccine socks. There you go. I hope you like them. I wear them as often as I possibly can. Right, so I just want to give you a breakdown of how the immune system works first. So it has these main functions. The first thing, of course, is that the immune system tries to keep most nasties out. And, so your skin is good. Mucous membranes, it's not just there to make you sneeze or whatever, it's actually got a function keeping you safe. But beyond that, if something gets past those blocks, the first thing the immune system does is it responds to anything that looks like danger or damage. And there's chemical warning signals that go out, and then there's a bunch of first responder cells. The next thing that happens is you get this pathogen-specific army, a clone army is grown. These are types of lymphocytes. That is what really does the hard work of getting rid of most infections. After the infection is gone, that army will stand down and clean up. However, it leaves a legacy of protection. And I want to go through all of those steps just quickly, except for the blocking. That's too boring to show, just to give you an idea of how that works. Right. So the first thing to understand is you'll know your body is made up of lots of different cells, but in fact, every cell in a way is an immune cell because every cell can detect things that are not right, things in the wrong place. So here's my picture of a cell. Here's the nucleus. In the nucleus is the DNA, which has got the blueprint. That's where your genome is. It's safely in the nucleus. It should only ever be there. To read that genome and to make your cell do functions, a copy is made in a slightly different chemical, which is called mRNA. That's allowed to be exported out here into the other main part of the cell. And there's a bit of a factory here, and that makes proteins, whatever the cell needs, based on the code in this mRNA. But this is how the cell should be. If, for example, you find a cell with some DNA out here where it's not supposed to be, the cell knows it's not supposed to be there. Another example is that the mRNA is a single strand. If you look over here, it looks kind of like this. You might recognize the picture over here because this is how we show DNA mostly in this double helix. Now, although RNA is a slightly different chemical, it can make a double helix sometime. And in fact, some viruses make this type of RNA. So if you get this double-stranded RNA, that is another thing that is never supposed to be in your cell, and your cell can detect that. Finally, if we think about some other types of infections, some of the chemicals in bacterial cell walls, also, there's nothing like that in your body. And if that comes near any of your cells know that something is wrong. Okay, so if your cells know something's wrong, what do? Well, there's a bunch of different things they could do. For example, they could just send some warning signals and be otherwise happy. They could actually die quite quietly and not make a fuss. If they're very upset, and depending on the cell type, they can die spectacularly, and they throw out a whole lot of chemical warning signals. Okay, and that's typically what's going to happen in a very bad infection. So the point of those chemical warning signals is mostly so the first responder white blood cells can come in. So they respond to those chemicals and they flood in. The sort of cells we're talking about have got names like neutrophils. These guys are kind of like pawns. They rush in, they burst open, they make a mess. Now, with apologies to Anna, who knows that they're very sophisticated and they do a whole bunch of other stuff. But in terms of responding to infection, they just come in and try and bind things up. You then have macrophages, which is sort of like the Pac-Man of your immune system. They just eat everything up and try and do a cleanup, but they can also send warning signals. There's another really important cell type that I want to talk about, and they are called dendritic cells, and not to be confused with cells that have dendrites in the nervous system. Dendrites are just arms, and you can see these cells have got lots of arms on them. And what these cells do is they also collect debris and they can be activated, but they've got a very special job, and they'll go to your lymph nodes. I'm going to explain that in a little bit in a minute more. Okay, but the important thing is these signals and cells is generally what we call inflammation, what causes inflammation. And at this point, that's only a part of your immune system. So for example, if you've got an infection in your throat and you feel sore and red, a lot of that has to do with these sorts of cells and signals. All right, so just to talk briefly about the lymphatic system, we kind of don't talk about this as much. You know, you've got arterial blood, so that's the oxygenated blood goes around your body, and then you've got the veins that take that used up blood away. But there's another system in your body, and it's kind of like a drain. I think of it as a drain. That's the lymphatic system, because although your tissue seems very compact and you know, all the cells are tight together, there's actually a lot of space, and you have to have something to drain things away. So the fluid between these cells can be drained into the lymph, but importantly, it's a highway for some types of immune cells. And these dendritic cells, for example, they're like outpost sentries. So if you imagine you've got your skin here, you'll have lots of dendritic cells, and they can drain by these things, and they can go into your lymph nodes here. And that's a very special and important thing that they do, because what they're doing is a surveillance job. They're taking bits of what they're finding in your skin, and they're taking them basically to the headquarters of the immune system. Okay. And what's really important going on in that headquarters is these lymphocytes or other white blood cells. And these are, mostly we talk about T cells and B cells, okay? What's special about these is that each one of these cells can only see one tiny thing. So a tiny part of a microbe. And we've lots and lots of different ones of these, but only a few could ever respond to a particular microbe. So if you haven't met, for example, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which causes COVID before, there won't be many B cells and T cells in your body that can recognize that virus, and they're not ready to fight. So a very special thing has to go on in the lymph nodes. I'm going to try and show you that with an animation now. I hope I can make it clear. So if you imagine here's an infection site, so maybe this is your throat or your nose, okay, and I showed you that there's a lymphatic system that drains things, and here's a lymph node. Okay, so out in your infection site, here's your virus, and you've got these dendritic cells that are waiting around just to see if something bad is happening. Over here in your lymph node, you've got lots of different lymphocytes, and I've made them different colors to show that they can all recognize different things. So what can happen during an infection is that dendritic cell has come from here, it's gone through the lymph, and it's gone over here into the lymph node. Now, the lymph nodes are organized to make sure that these dendritic cells will be able to contact lots of these lymphocytes. So they're kind of paraded past. And I've tried to color code this. So this green lymphocyte, for example, it can't recognize anything on that dendritic cell. So it's just going to move off. But this red one, that's going to be one that can recognize something on that dendritic cell, and it can get activated. So there's two things that happens. It gets very, very excited. It then makes heaps and heaps of copies of itself, and it also becomes armed. It's like the safety is taken off its trigger. The next thing that happens in the infection is that these things can finally leave the lymph nodes, go off to the tissue, and then fight your virus infection. Okay, once that infection is all gone, you don't need all of these extra cells, so most of them just disappear. But you are left with some extras that you didn't have before. So that's a whole lot of extra cells that recognize whatever that virus was, and that's what we call immune memory. It's held in those cells. Okay, so I want to talk about B cells just a little bit more because they're the ones we talk about in terms of vaccine protections. So B cells have got this special protein on their surface, and that's what they use to see an infection, a microbe. And when these B cells get excited, you know, I showed you that lymphocyte flashing and getting excited, what happens is they start throwing this surface protein, this surface receptor, they throw it out everywhere. And this is actually what antibody is. So it's made by these B cells. And this particular thing can do all sorts of things. But for example, it can just stick to the surface of the virus and gum it up. So when that virus tries to get into a cell, it can't anymore because the virus itself ends up literally being coated with this extra stuff and it just can't get in. It's trying to use its key to get into the cell, but it's like someone's gone and stuck a big blob of blue tack over the end of the key. Okay, what's important, another thing that's important is that at the end of an infection, some of these B cells will go and sit actually in your bone marrow and they just sit there and they pump out these antibodies. And that's why your blood is full of immunoglobulin or antibody, because you've got this, it's like a collection of everything your B cells have ever seen in your whole life. Right, again, at the end, most of the extra immune cells die off, but you get this some B cells and T cells are at greater number, and that's your memory, so you can respond faster next time. And you've got B cells sitting in your bone marrow just pumping out antibody, which is an instant protection if that same virus or microbe tries to get in again. All right, so let's talk about what a vaccine is then. So a vaccine makes the immune system think that it's under attack. I really like this image here. It is literally a sheep in wolf's clothing. So all of the processes of the immune system are engaged, but there is no risk of infection. Okay, and it's going to direct an immune response at the fake invader. As a result of this, you build your immune memory with antibodies and your T cells, but you have not had the risk of infection. Now, there's something I see quite a lot online, and people talk about natural immunity versus vaccine immunity as if the vaccine is doing something unnatural. Now, I completely reject that as an immunologist. The immunity that you build, having been vaccinated, is natural immunity. It is your immune system doing its natural job just like it normally does. There is nothing artificial about it. It is just a safer way of building immunity because your immunity comes and your immune memory comes without the risks that come along with any infection. Right. So in the case of COVID vaccines, what we're trying to get our immune system to recognize is this virus here, which is SARS-CoV-2. But again, What we don't do is put this whole virus in, because that would be more dangerous. What we're interested in is just this bit on the outside of the virus, these spike proteins, because if we can gum that up with antibodies or something, we can stop this virus getting into your cells, right? So in fact, the only part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that is in our vaccines, it's about 1 part in 30, is just the coronavirus spike, right? There's nothing else in there. So anyone who says this vaccine can cause you to get sick or you can spread the disease, it's just feasibly impossible, because this is the only part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that's in the vaccine. The vaccines we have in Australia, the way they work is instead of actually having that thing as a protein, as a thing, what we do is we just put in the genetic code for the spike. And what that does, either with mRNA or with these completely inactivated viruses in the case of AstraZeneca, is essentially you're just putting the code straight into the factory. As a result of that, your body now makes this spike. In fact, that's exactly what would happen in a normal infection. So the body knows that something is bad. So you've got these two things happening. You've got this brand new protein called spike, which your immune system hasn't seen before. And the cell is going, there's something very bad happen. And those are the two things that you need to start building your immune defense. So if you think about those three things that I told you before, I'm going to try and vaccinate this stone statue. Okay, what we're going to do is at the site of your vaccination, your immunization, you're going to get some danger here. The spike is made by the body. It looks like there's an infection, but remember, it cannot spread in the body and it cannot spread to others. It may cause some side effects because you're putting a bunch of danger here. Your body knows something is wrong. It's sending out those chemical signals. That probably is going to make your arm a little bit sore, and it may cause some other things like fever. Remember, you're tricking your body to think something bad is happening so that it recognizes the spike. Okay, so the next thing that happens is your dendritic cells are going to take that to your local draining lymph node, which are mostly going to be under your arm here if you're vaccinated. It will cause all of the right sort of cells that can recognize SARS-CoV-2 later to expand. And some of those will go down to the bone marrow and make these antibodies which will go in your blood and protect you. At the end of all of that, the vaccine goes away. This is really important. The thing you've put in your body, that vaccine, it doesn't last there forever. It will go away probably within a couple of weeks, probably even less than that in some cases. And all you're left with is essentially a natural immune process with some extra cells that can recognize that virus. And really importantly, in terms of for most immunocompetent people, you've got a whole lot of antibody being made. Okay, now again, just to show you what we're going to do with that antibody, here's your SARS-CoV-2 virus. It needs to dock onto this thing to get into the cell. Normally it's going to do that. And what we want to do is gum it up, literally just gum it up with antibodies. That's the main way that the immune system works for most people. There's one exception for people with MS, which I'll get to in a minute, but by and large, that's mostly what happens. Right, so I'm going to try and put all of this paradigm very briefly into what goes wrong with MS next. So over here, we've got the statue of David. What's going wrong is somewhere up here in the brain. Again, somehow we're getting those now this is brain antigens, which things like myelin, which should not be being attacked by the immune system. You start getting your immune system activated, you get B and T cells. Some of those are going to go back up into the brain, and that's what causes the symptoms of MS. Now that is very, very brief and a gross simplification, but it's the general concept. And the point I'm trying to make here is that all of these immune processes, these fundamental immune processes happen in everything from infection to vaccines and even autoimmune processes like MS. And so that's why we have these disease modifying treatments, all of which do something to modify or suppress immunity. And again, just to go through some of them, a lot of them don't do any general immunosuppression, things like the interferons, Copaxone, Tecfidera. And the way that I think about them is that they change the balance in immunity somehow in a way that helps it not to attack. We don't really understand exactly how all of them work. Certainly I can't get my head around it. Ones that we do really understand, for example, natalizumab or Tysabri actually stops lymphocytes getting up into the brain, right? It's a simple blocker. And that's how that works. But the nice thing about that as a drug is that it doesn't leave the rest of your body immunocompromised, right? So those T cells can go everywhere else. It can clear a SARS-CoV-2 infection or anything else. But we do have some immunosuppressive ones. So things like Gilenya and Mayzent, they actually stop your lymphocytes getting out of lymph nodes. So they can leave you immunosuppressed. Things like ocrelizumab or Ocrevus and Kesimpta, which has just come out in Australia, they actually get rid of all of these B cells. Okay, now, so the bad thing is if you're on those, you just don't have B cells, you probably can't make an antibody response. And the last set of drugs are things like Mavenclad and Lemtrada. What they do is they wipe everything out and then let them come back again. So they will cause a temporary immune suppression, but then you get your immune system back and it all works properly. So we could predict from this which one of these drugs is really likely to be a problem in terms of affecting the performance of vaccines. Okay, so again, these ones that don't cause general immunosuppression, there's no reason to expect that they might cause an issue with vaccination. These ones that are immune reconstituting may have a temporary issue, and these ones which are immunosuppressive may actually be an issue. And if you look, for example, on the ATAGI website to say which drugs they recommend that you get a third dose of vaccine for, it's these ones, right? And it's not these ones. It can be this one depending on when you've had it, right? The point I'm making here is that often the immune system is presented as a complete mystery and we can't work out anything. But actually a lot of this stuff makes sense and it's logical and it's not a terribly bad surprise. But it is important that we do the studies so we actually know what happens. So I'm going to hand back to Annika in a minute and just leave you with these messages that infection and vaccines give natural immunity. The fundamental process is the same. Okay, and in fact, we can even understand the autoimmune attack in MS using the similar fundamental things. Treatments for MS that reduce general immunity would be expected to reduce the effectiveness of vaccines or the response to vaccines, but we need data. But always resist vaccine information. There's a whole lot of stuff out there with big sciencey words, but the message contradicts what the medical official advice is, and you need to reject those messages and just go with what you see in reputable places. And I'll hand back over to Annika again. Sorry, we probably went a bit long, but I hope that was useful.
That's great. Thanks, David. I think I learned quite a bit from that too, actually. I'll just get this going again. And share this one. Okay. So I guess now that, you know, we're all amateur immunologists, we're going to talk just about some of the practical things around COVID vaccinations for people living with MS. So I guess firstly, you know, I just want to remind everybody what the aims are of getting a COVID vaccine, you know. So the main thing is to, of course, try not to catch. We want to prevent people catching the disease, but more importantly, we want to make sure that if people do get COVID, that they don't get unwell, so that they actually do not get seriously unwell, and particularly do not require going to hospital or going to intensive care. And then, of course, we want to do this to protect other people. There are people that may not be either not eligible yet for the vaccine, or very, very, very rarely there are people who actually should not have the vaccine. So we've seen in Australia, you know, and I think we all very much across this, is that there's been a staged rollout of the COVID vaccines in Australia. And this started in March last year, pretty much, with a stage rollout, firstly of the frontline healthcare workers, but then in phase 1B, people living with MS were included in the eligible group that was next up to receive their vaccinations. And at that point we had AstraZeneca vaccine and a bit of a limited supply of the Pfizer vaccine. And we know that the Moderna vaccine has just recently also become available. So we now have 3 vaccines available, with the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine being very similar in how they present that fake invader that David was talking about earlier to our bodies. And AstraZeneca does the same, but in a slightly different with a different mechanism. So basically a different, a different way to carry the fake invader, I guess, into our bodies. So all of these vaccines require 2 doses, and they are spaced certain periods of time apart. And we've seen that change a little bit here and there. Because the focus, particularly when the 3rd wave started in Sydney and Melbourne, was to try and get as many first doses as possible into arms, and those gaps got shortened a little bit. So at the moment, of course, we know that, we're starting to track really well. And overall, there's almost 71% of people over the age of 16 that now has had a 2nd dose of a vaccine. And, that's why we have Freedom Day today in Melbourne. So, it really is, an amazing achievement. But it'll be interesting to see what David thinks. But from what I've read, with this virus, you almost need 95% or more coverage to actually get herd immunity. Where usually we would sort of think if 80% of people are vaccinated, then you might, be able to protect and stop the spread of a virus. But with how infectious, especially the Delta variant is, we're going to need much higher numbers. So what are the side effects of these vaccines? So in general, as with most vaccines, actually, you could, of course, get a sore arm. Some people get a little bit of a headache. You can get a bit of, a chill and a fever for a day or two. And of course, feeling quite tired would not be that unusual. They are extremely rare neurological side effects. And these side effects generally, because they are neurological, they do generally, are highlighted, but these things are extremely rare. But certainly we have seen ourselves, and also it's been recorded pretty clearly, that you could develop Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is that inflammation of the peripheral nerve roots in the body, Bell's palsy, which is a facial weakness in the face, and then also some patients people who've developed spinal cord inflammation or transverse myelitis have been recorded as well, and this is generally seen in every single vaccine that's ever been rolled out. So I remember when I was in medical school, there was a lot of talk about hepatitis B vaccine causing MS. And, subsequently, we've even seen with some of the Gardasil vaccines or the cervical dysplasia vaccines that they again with a couple of neurological complications. But these are extremely rare events and sometimes hard to link directly to the vaccines themselves. I should also add that these syndromes are all treatable and generally very mild and self-limited. With AstraZeneca, of course, you would have seen a lot of information around the risk of a clotting disorder, which is a bit different in that it seems to affect the large veins inside the brain and also in the abdomen. And in the beginning, when people were the medical community was less aware of this potential complications. There was people who died from this, but it remains very rare and it can now be diagnosed very early and treated. So the chances of getting this is a bit higher if you are under 60, but it remains an extremely rare event, and that's why people do now have the choice to choose which vaccine they would like. So in general as well, there's been a fair bit of information that has been published on vaccines and how they're tolerated by people living with MS. And I guess the first thing to say is that the side effect profile is no different for people living with MS. And there's certainly been no evidence that COVID vaccines increases the risk of MS relapse. What often happens though is if, as with any infection or, anything that can affect a person with MS that gives them a fever or can make them feel tired and headachy, this can generally then increase all of their MS symptoms. And this is called what we call a pseudo-relapse. And this is generally something that will recover, and resolve as the infection or as the fever, I should say, improves and as you generally start feeling better. all of the vaccines that we talked about are what we call non-live. So that means that they don't actually have the COVID virus in them. They just have a tiny little piece to mimic or fake or trick your immune system into mounting that immune response. And they are all safe to use in people living with MS, and that's regardless of which treatment you're on. But there may be practicalities to consider in relation to timing the vaccine with your treatment. And that can sort of that's kind of be quite different between which treatment you're on. But I think we would all find that there's not a consistent guideline around this. And when that happens, it's often because we just don't actually know. So you might get a slightly different answer from different doctors about when you should have your vaccine, especially if you're on some of the infusional therapies. So what do we know about how effective the vaccine is in people with MS? So some of the first information that came out was from Israel, where they studied a small group of people living with MS that all received the mRNA vaccine or the Pfizer vaccine. And what they found is pretty much what we expected, in that, we know from what David said before, we know that people on certain immune suppressive therapies would be less likely to develop sufficient antibodies after the COVID vaccination. So to understand this, it's really important to realize that there are different ways for us to measure if the immune system has actually developed a response to a vaccination. And the common way that this is done is by measuring through a blood test your antibody level to see if you now have antibodies against that infection. But there are many parts to the immune system, I think, and that's what David was telling us about, and many parts that's not routinely measured when we try and assess how effective a vaccine is. And we can see that here, where they only did one single type of test, an assay, that was commercially available, and they checked how many antibodies someone was making. So these graphs, this basically these dots here on the left, these are people without MS, so general population. And on the right-hand side, we have all the groups of MS people. So we have an untreated group, and you can see people that was not on any therapies or on cladribine or Mavenclad. They had pretty much the same response as the black dots over here, the people without MS. And then we found that people on fingolimod or Gilenya had a much less of an antibody response, and ocrelizumab also, most people did not develop a significant antibody response that was considered to be protective. So this was a very small study, but it did sort of raise some doubts, and it made us wonder how to approach this. And then there was this paper that was just published in the last month or two from a US group, and they had the same question really to ask, if people with multiple sclerosis, especially people treated with ocrelizumab, if we measure their immune responses to the vaccine in a different way, so if we measure not just the antibody responses, but also their T-cell responses, then, what happens then? Do they have a similar T-cell response as people without MS? And this is really important because when you get a severely unwell, your T cells is often the first soldiers out of the mark to prevent a severe infection. And very reassuringly, if we look at this graph over here, we can see these are people without MS over the left here, and this is basically their T cell counts. And the little light blue dotted line is where we would like it to be protective. And you can see people here living with MS that was treated with ocrelizumab in the middle. And you can see that pretty much everybody had a normal T cell response to vaccination. So similar to healthy people without MS in the community. And then they also just, check, this is also people without MS that didn't have a vaccination. So you can definitely see that was very reassuring information, and also fit what we see in practice. We treat so many people with ocrelizumab because it's such an incredibly effective drug in multiple sclerosis, and we certainly have not seen everybody coming into hospital with COVID. So it remains a very, very rare event, even though the risk might be slightly increased. Then another sort of ongoing issue has been around, how long the vaccine lasts for. And it's definitely clear from the published literature that the protection that we get from the vaccine, especially with these antibodies, start to decrease about 4 to 6 months after you receive your vaccination. But interestingly, it does look like your protection against a serious infection and hospitalization lasts longer. But it's very likely, and I think this is the word on everybody's lips, that we will need some boosters, to try and protect us. And I suspect that, this will very much be needed before next winter as well. And it could be that for a little while we might need this every year, depending on what happens with the pandemic. The latest advice on vaccines in people living with MS, was really released from the ATAGI group on the 17th of October. And this included advice on a certain group of people where 2 doses of the vaccine is not enough to get sufficient protection. So there are people living with MS on certain medications that need a 3rd vaccine dose to get sufficient protection. And this specifically includes people on ocrelizumab. There might also be people being treated with rituximab. And then this group of drugs that are related to fingolimod or Gilenya. And this includes siponimod or Mayzent, which is new on the PBS, and ozanimod or Zeposia, which is a generic version of these medications of fingolimod. So people exposed to these drugs in particular were named in this release, and should be getting a 3rd dose of the vaccine about 2 to 6 months after their last dose of the vaccine. And again, taking in consideration some of the practicalities around having it around treatments. However, even with the vaccination, we do have to remain careful, and we do need to remember, and I would advise people to continue to keep that physical distancing, to try and avoid crowds and poorly ventilated areas. And of course, if you are going to go into a very crowded area where you can't socially distance, the advice is still to keep wearing a mask for the moment, and not everywhere in Australia, but certainly here. So I guess in conclusion, we can say that these COVID vaccinations are safe for people living with MS. It protects us against catching the virus, but more importantly, it protects everybody, including people living with MS, from more severe infections. Some people need a 3rd dose, and I think we talked about that, and I think we may all need a booster at some stage. And I'll stop there, and I think we may now have some time for questions.
Thanks, Annika. Thanks, David. Amazing tech teaming there. I thought you covered a lot of space. I got a few questions through the chat, and we also ask participants to send questions ahead of time. So I would like to start actually touching on something Annika was saying about herd immunity. I think there's a lot of questions around this in the community. David, can you maybe give a very quick, what is it? And why do we need such a high vaccination rate?
Sure. So herd immunity, the idea behind herd immunity is when so many people out there walking around have got a high level of protection that the virus essentially doesn't get a toehold anymore. It can't really spread very well. So we don't think that many vaccines are so fantastically good that they will 100% block all infection, but we know that they reduce the risk of infection. So for example, you might have to be exposed to 10 times more virus before it can take hold and cause an infection. And we also know now that people who've had the vaccine, although when they're very sick, at the very peak of that sickness, they may have as much virus in their throat as someone who's not vaccinated. What we know is that that virus disappears very quickly. So the number or the amount of time they can spread the virus is far, far less as well. And part of this is that it's very challenging to stop these viruses that replicate in your lungs because it's a little bit out there. It's not right where immune system can get at it immediately. You don't have so much antibody right out there in the mucus that can stop the virus. Nonetheless, they do a really good job of reducing the risk of infection and reducing the risk of spreading, but they don't take it down to nil. The other thing that's really important in Australia and everywhere, we keep talking about 70 and 80%, but actually it's more like 56 or 60% because all of our kids are not vaccinated. Okay. And there's been a lot of noise about whether kids can catch and spread COVID. The truth is they can, right? We know they can. The great thing is that they very, very rarely get ill. So the great news is they don't tend to get sick, but they can still get it and spread it. So for example, I'm on ocrelizumab, so I'm at a slightly higher risk. I think that my greatest risk is actually my 10-year-old who's about to go back to primary school in 2 weeks, and is going to potentially the virus will be spreading there, right? And that's the same. Kids are everywhere. We love them, but they will be a place where the virus is going to be able to spread. And as we open up, as we put our society back to normal, the virus will be spreading wherever it can. It will spread in anyone who is not vaccinated, a little better or a lot better than those who are vaccinated, right? If we could eventually, and it's decided that it's okay to vaccinate our kids, right? That will actually reduce the amount of space the virus has to grow, if you like. And we actually may get to the point where essentially there's very little circulating. But at the moment, with all of our children unvaccinated and, you know, a proportion of the community unvaccinated, the virus will spread. And really for all of us, and particularly if people are in places like South Australia and Queensland, where the vaccination rates are not so high, essentially the choice you have is between building immunity to this virus by catching COVID or building immunity by being vaccinated. And the risk to benefit there is massive towards vaccination.
Thank you, David. I would like to touch on the B-cell depleting therapies and this still lingering risk. So it's more a question for Anneke, I guess. One of our participants was asking, so should there be extra social distance measures or extra measures for people on these kind of immune suppressive treatments?
I don't think so. I think it's really important, and you know, sometimes we have to think about this very clearly into compartments. People who are on ocrelizumab are not at a higher risk of catching COVID than anybody else. So, you know, that's been shown again and again in these large studies. However, if you do catch COVID and you're on ocrelizumab, then you have a slightly higher risk of getting more unwell. So basically, we have to remember, if you remember that very first diagram I showed, that the risk of getting severe COVID overall, 80% people will still have a mild illness. But there are sort of this 5% of people that get really unwell. And if we increase that risk from the studies by about, you know, 30% or 50%, you know, you're increasing that risk to say up to 8% from 5%. So we have to remember that, yes, you know, people, and this is always the thing when you read statistics and things in the paper, that people will be like, oh, you've got 10 times the risk of getting this and that, but they don't realize you timing times 10, 1% or, you know, 3% or something. It's like, you know, it's not like you suddenly having a 300% chance of ending in ICU, you know, so, so I think it's, you know, really important for people, people on ocrelizumab should just follow the same guidelines as everyone else. They really should get vaccinated because we, you know, as I showed from that information, the T cell responses are very potent, and that's where you're going to get your protection for that severe infection. So, you know, you're going to bring that down enormously, you know, so because the vaccines prevent that by, you know, 70, 80%, even, you know, 6-8 months down the track. So, you know, so I don't think people should be, you know, hiding in their houses or staying away. But if you know someone is unwell, you probably shouldn't give them a kiss or something, you know, but, you know, so being sensible, you know, is the best way.
And that's the same for everybody.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I think that's true. I'll just throw in my perspective there. So I would agree exactly with what Anneke says, but it doesn't stop me feeling just a little bit more anxious. Yeah. The studies are absolutely clear about the T cells, but what we don't have quite yet is the outcome in that cohort in terms of their extent of protection from those T cells. and I've got a lot in stake here because my whole career is on T cells. So I really want to see that T cells are doing a great job. There's a lot of noise out there that you hear that the T cells aren't important. And usually that's done in a study where people have got loads of antibodies, right? What we know is if you've got loads of antibodies, you don't need the T cells because the antibodies themselves are fantastic. But the other study, which has never been done before, is how good are the T cells if you don't have antibodies? But I think we're going to get that result in the next couple of months. But in terms of me feeling a little bit more comfortable, I just went and bought myself a packet of proper N95 masks. So when I go out, I've got to go to the supermarket. I've got to go somewhere that makes me nervous because it's confined and there's lots of people. Instead of not going there, I just make sure I've got a better mask, and it's not just the really cool, lovely ones that my wife makes me out of fabric, which I'm happy with most other places. But if I'm going somewhere I'm really worried I cannot distance, I'm going to have that slightly better mask. And that's more about my mental health probably than my risk. But I think it's not something you want to discard. I think for a lot of us with MS, we live with a lot of anxiety anyway.
I think so. And I think it's really important what you're saying, David, because I think it doesn't, risk is a very personal thing, like, and that's the thing. There's so much that plays into our assessment of what that is. And if it makes, if you feel better wearing that N95 in a supermarket, that's absolutely a good idea. And, that is what people, it seems really sensible, so, and, it's the same as I would, even if I know my child has a very, very low chance of having a severe head injury riding their bikes without a helmet, there's no way I would let them not wear a helmet because, I'm not going to take a 1 in 10,000 risk. So it's all about our perception of these things as well.
I would like to stay a little bit with the ocrelizumab or B-cell depletion. There were a couple of questions around how does it work with a booster if you don't have antibodies in the first place? And what, for example, would happen if you are on it and then you go off it and then have just the booster? David.
Do you want me to have a go? So the booster is a bit of an interesting one. So maybe you get a slightly better T cell response, and it depends. So some of the people, some neuros are saying that what you want to do is if you can time your vaccination towards the end of your cycle, so you've got the best chance of having some B cells recover, because the point of the 6-month dosing with ocrelizumab is to try and keep your B cells below a level where they might be causing your disease, right? But they will be slowly coming back in that 6 month. There's even been a study now where they looked at people who delayed their second dose to longer, and in that case, people left it to more like 12 months, and they did get a B cell response as well to the vaccine. That's nothing that I'm actually comfortable with. I would actually like to, I think the risks around controlling my MS are greater. That's my personal decision. However, I just went for my round of ocrelizumab 2 weeks ago. So I'm not going to front up for my booster now because I can't see an awful lot of point. I will wait because I only get one booster from the government. I'll wait until March and I'll give it a go, but that's my personal choice. And I think Annika really summed it up nicely by saying, we just don't know. In theory, if you had your own personal immunologist, you could have a blood test and work out when you had enough B cells of the right sort, and you could try and time your vaccine. But it's not practical. We can't do that. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think about it? It's a tough one.
I agree with you there, David. And I think we definitely do not want people to take chances with their MS. No. I think in Australia in particular, we're still in an excellent and safe environment. And having a bad relapse from, not having your medication on time is going to be much, much worse. And also, the blood tests and things that I think David was referring to, they're just generally not accurate enough. It can be very unpredictable when those cells come back.
Exactly.
So it's not something that we've used, but we have generally tried to, give people as long as we can around their infusions and before their ocrelizumab infusions to try and see if we can boost the vaccine responses. And we hope that the third dose will, just bring that up again a little bit more. I see someone's in the chat has put also asking about the immune system in people without, that's not on any treatment, and MS immune system in general. So I guess, we have to remember that the immune system alterations in MS is very much directed to the nervous system. So it doesn't, if you're not on any treatment, it doesn't actually, affect your ability to fight off any virus. So you have a similar, defense against organisms than anyone else.
So if I could just summarize basically what you both are preaching is don't go off your medication, because there's no reason why you would do that. So while I think the message is very clear from the neurologist side of things, and the discrepancy is like social media or like sources which might be a bit unkosher, we might also have people whose GPs suggest to go off medication to have a better booster. So is there a page or a pamphlet or something you could recommend for these people to like wave at their healthcare professionals and say, no, I don't think so?
Yes, so the ANZAN neurology group and the MS interest group, we are regularly updating, reviewing all the new information that's coming through and looking at that in the Australian context. And this is posted regularly on MS Australia's website. So it provides, I think, is it MS Australia or MS Research Australia?
MS Research Australia has got some great resources.
Australia. And so on there, you'll see updated advice for patients. And I think it's just been updated again with the new third dose information as well. So all the really important changes, you'll get a really, a consensus expert opinion from about 60 MS neurologists in Australia.
Thank you. And then there's another question around antibodies. So with the knowledge that some treatments reduce your antibody responses, is there a specific treatment plan for people on that treatment coming in with COVID? Do they get antibody treatment then, for example?
Do you want to take that, David?
I don't know. I would expect that's exactly because we've got a couple of these treatments and they're intravenous infusions. So my guess is that if you did, they'd be whacking that into you, right?
Yeah. So there's a couple of really exciting treatments for COVID infection that has arrived on our shores and has been around for a while. The newest one is one produced by the company Merck. And I know that some of my colleagues in Sydney has treated, and during their last wave, they've had a few people with MS that had very severe infection treated with this drug, and they did remarkably well. So again, that gives us that extra hope that if you're in that tiny category of people that do happen to catch it and then get unwell, there are now some treatment options that seems to be just, turning it around. So it's really great.
Yeah, wonderful. I think, looking at the time, I think we covered the biggest question in the chats. If somebody else has a burning question, now is your chance to ask it.
Yeah, I would like to, if I could. Is it all right?
Sure.
My daughter's on ocrelizumab and she's in France and had 3 vaccinations and no antibodies, and she wants to come here for Christmas. Now, is there any chance that maybe family members can get preferential boosters, and what's the scheme to keep her safe? Anything in particular?
It sounds to me like she's done all the right things to get herself safe. At this point, the access to the third doses and also boosters are very restricted, but there's already rumblings in the government that this could be changing because I think we just have more vaccine supply. And we know from other countries overseas where they've reached the threshold of vaccination and just opened up, a lot of those places are going back into lockdown. So I think that is something that I'm hoping this time that we'll be very proactive about. So I think we just have to sit tight and see in the next, I think we'll have a lot of news about that in the next 6 weeks. And then I suspect there will be again a prioritization of, which people are next in line to get those doses. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to watch the space. I think the things that will change will be uptake of vaccine in the states that are a little slower. Actually, the truth is that the greatest protection for everyone is actually getting more of the population to have their 2 doses than for the few of us to have a 3rd dose. If you're in a society where vaccine uptake is a problem, then everyone who does like vaccines wants to protect themselves to the max. It's a very odd situation where everyone treats themselves as an individual. You've got those who won't be vaccinated saying they want to not be vaccinated, and those who do want to be vaccinated want to be vaxxed beyond the max, right, to protect themselves. It's a very odd, and that's playing out in the southern states in the US at the moment. It's a pretty awful thing. One of the things that's so heartening in Australia is how well we've responded. Now that COVID is in the country, actually, although there's a huge amount of noise from people who don't like vaccines, they're a very, very small part of the population. And if you see what's happening in the ACT, it's just astonishing. Nearly every group is already at 95%. The kids between 12 and 15 went from nothing to 95 in a month. It's astonishing. And really, in terms of my feeling of protection out there in the community, I just love living in Canberra for that very reason.
And I think this is a perfect ending to that session, because I think we all do love living in Canberra.
Sorry, Annika.
Oh, sorry.
You'll have to come here sometime.
I might have to move.
So I would just, it's a bit conventional, but I would like to ask permission for the people who ask questions, if it's okay to share the recording of the Q&A as well, because I think there's a lot of important information in this. If you have an issue with that, please email me, that we can sort this out. So otherwise, I only leave to thank Annika and David again for a wonderful presentations and discussion. And yeah, we have a 1-hour lunch break now. I will screen a little video which is on repeat, so don't feel like you have to see it all through. So it will come multiple times with little 3-minute kind of talks from some of our students. So
I knew. And facilitating this session with me today is Katrina Chisholm. Katrina is a person living with MS and is the chair of the ACT Region MS Community Engagement Council. And she is also one of the MS research partners on our health experience team. I'll go straight to you, Katrina, to introduce our first speaker.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Our first presenter is Ms. Eleanor Price, who conducted this research as part of her studies at the ANU Medical School, and her talk is on primary healthcare experiences in MS.
Thank you, Katrina. I'll just share my screen. Okay, I hope you can all see that. Great. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Eleanor Price and I'm a medical student from the ANU Medical School. And today I'm presenting on a piece of research that I've been working on over the past 1.5 to 2 years under Dr. Jo Lane and Professor Robin Lucas. That's been looking into healthcare experiences in multiple sclerosis. So as we know, MS is a chronic lifelong condition that requires ongoing interaction with various healthcare professionals within the healthcare system. And we also know that positive healthcare experiences lead to objectively better health outcomes. And so in order to provide quality healthcare to people with MS, we need to evaluate these experiences and review what is currently working well and whether there are any areas that could be changed or improved. And because the healthcare interaction involves both the person living with MS and also the healthcare professionals, it's really important to gain perspectives from both groups in order to gain a thorough understanding of the factors that contribute to a positive or negative healthcare experience. So in terms of what we already know, we know from previous research that previous healthcare experiences will heavily influence future decisions to seek care for MS-related matters. And we also know that from previous research that a lot of people with MS have experienced a lack of information and personalised advice in the early stages of their diagnosis. And a lot of these studies that have already been done have focused heavily on the person with MS. And so we felt that for our study, we wanted to get a bit more input from the healthcare professionals working in this area. And we also found that there's been a lack of recent qualitative studies that specifically focus on the experience of healthcare. And we know that these qualitative studies are much more well suited to what we wanted to do, which was capture a diverse range of healthcare experiences. So we posed the two research questions, both fairly broad, which is what is the experience of MS healthcare for both people living with MS and healthcare professionals working within the area? And what is currently working well, and are there any areas that could be changed or potentially improved? So we designed an exploratory qualitative study that involved semi-structured interviews with 15 people living with MS and 11 healthcare professionals. And this included 8 neurologists and 3 MS nurses. The interviews were conducted via either telephone or video conferencing over a 9-month period. And we designed 2 different semi-structured questionnaires for our 2 different groups. So our participants with MS were asked questions about their overall experience with MS, their experience of their diagnostic appointments, their experience of their follow-up appointments, and also some experiences with allied health appointments if they had any. And then our healthcare professional participants were asked questions about their approach to either diagnostic or follow-up appointments. The interviews were all audio recorded and transcribed, and they were analysed by 3 independent coders to identify what the overarching themes were across all the interviews. So once a consensus was reached on what these overarching themes were, the data was then collated and organised using NVivo. So what we found was that there were 3 major themes that were common for both our participants with MS and our healthcare professionals. So probably the biggest theme was communication. So both groups valued clear and direct communication, which isn't really too surprising. Both groups also talked about how explaining results of examinations and investigations is really important and really valuable. And then our healthcare professionals frequently spoke about using a staged approach when communicating diagnosis and management in order to avoid overwhelming the person with MS with too much information all at once. And they also spoke a lot about how they spend a significant amount of time in their consultations providing education and correcting any misinformation or preconceived ideas about MS. Uncertainty was also discussed frequently by both groups. So for our participants with MS, this was often surrounding uncertainty in the progression of their MS or uncertainty surrounding suitability of certain treatments. And for our healthcare professionals, uncertainty was more related to a lack of definitive diagnostic tests, which can sometimes create a level of uncertainty that makes communicating that diagnosis quite difficult, especially if they're not 100% certain that it is MS. And then relationship and rapport was also highly valued by both groups, but had slightly different meanings for both groups. So for our healthcare professionals, rapport was really important in building therapeutic alliance and facilitating treatment engagement. And then for our participants with MS, rapport was really central in feeling supported in their decision-making processes. And many negative experiences with healthcare could actually be attributed back to a lack of rapport with their healthcare professional. So now just looking at our participants with MS, there were 4 unique themes. So the first one was decision-making, and that often revolved around this decision-making process being really quite overwhelming and often needing a bit more guidance when it comes to selecting disease-modifying therapies or other management options. The idea of roles and expectations of healthcare professionals also came up quite frequently. So a lot of participants said that their neurologist was one of the most, or if not the most, important member of their healthcare team. But there was a lot of participants who also spoke about having unmet expectations of their healthcare professionals. And this often came from a bit of confusion surrounding what each healthcare professional could actually provide them. And then similarly, a lot of participants were unsure as to what their GP could offer them, but this was different in rural areas where GPs tended to play a bigger role in their MS. The idea of self-directed management also came up a lot, and some participants were happy with having a higher degree of their management be self-directed, while others found this a lot more difficult or a lot more challenging, particularly if they were earlier on in their MS journey. And then the idea of support was also a big theme. In particular, the two main points were that early access to support services, such as those provided by MS Australia, are just so valuable and really should be introduced at the first possible instance. And also the idea of a lack of emotional support during diagnosis came up quite frequently as well. Looking at our interviews with our healthcare professionals, again, there were 4 unique themes. So the first one being the idea of medical management and best practice. And a lot of participants spoke about the overwhelming need to balance a personalised approach to management that takes into account the person with MS's personal preferences with the best available scientific evidence, which is often based on big studies and group outcomes. The importance of using a multidisciplinary approach in MS care was also frequently discussed by virtually all participants. And this was made in reference particularly with increasing subspecialisation within neurology. And as we have this increasing subspecialisation, there's an increasing need to get input from lots of different healthcare professionals. And also the value of working alongside MS nurses really couldn't be overstated. Barriers and access issues came up in all interviews with obvious things like time constraints and lack of availability in appointments. But there was also lots of discussion surrounding lack of government funding for things like specialised MS clinics and positions for MS nurses. And then finally, all healthcare professionals spoke about the idea of hope and reassurance and how they really focus on delivering hope to people with MS, particularly surrounding diagnosis. And they do this by focusing on the advances in MS therapies that have improved prognosis for so many. And so they really try and focus on this positive aspect in their consultations. So from this, we know that both groups value things like clear communication and rapport, and both struggle with uncertainty as a challenge in one way or another. And we know that the purpose of rapport has different meanings for both groups. We know that there are many factors that contribute to the healthcare experience, and some of these relate to the MS itself, such as the severity and the clinical characteristics. Some factors relate to the person with MS, such as their personal characteristics and their need for support. And then there are some factors that relate to the healthcare professional, such as what their experience is and what their treatment approach is. But the healthcare professional also has to consider lots of other factors when providing care, such as facilitating a multidisciplinary team and working in a healthcare system that has finite resources. And so struggling with things like time constraints and accessing imaging and other investigations. And a lot of these systemic factors aren't immediately transparent to the person with MS and can sometimes leave individuals feeling as though their voices haven't been heard or their concerns haven't been addressed when they're presented with management options that don't necessarily align with their preferences 100%. And so it might be beneficial just to fully explain all the different factors that need to be considered when providing care to someone with MS, and also outlining some of the different roles that all the different healthcare professionals can play. And I've just limited some of the limitations of this study, which includes things like a small sample size, the fact that experiences of healthcare do differ depending on the year in which diagnosis was made, and thus the therapies that were available, and also bias. So in conclusion, we know that there are lots of things that are currently working well within healthcare, which is really positive. And we know that there are lots of different factors that govern the healthcare experience. And we know that there are these systemic factors that do impact healthcare that could be communicated and explained a little bit more to the person with MS. And also providing a clearer outline of what each healthcare professional in a multidisciplinary team can provide. And of course, in order to make more conclusions about care in the Australian context, some further more large-scale research is required. And so these are some great papers I used. And if anyone has any questions or comments, my email is there.
Thanks, Ellen. I found this very interesting because I think it's something that's very important to anyone with MS is to have good rapport with their healthcare professionals. And in my instance, my GP saw me immediately after my diagnosis and handed me a book, George Jelinek book, because she'd been at med school with George Jelinek, and she'd also been a resident to my neurologist, so that made it much easier for me. Now, Matthew Roger, you've got a question you'd like to ask?
Yes, please. Thanks, Katrina. It's a question for Ellen Ed. From the limited, I know you said it's a limited research size, but did you get any comments or feedback from either people with MS or healthcare professionals about accessing treatment through a virtual care environment, so telehealth, video consults, etc., particularly given the pandemic response time?
Yeah, that did come up a little bit. It obviously wasn't one of the original aims of the study, but the vibe that I got from our participants with MS was that a lot of people did quite like the teleconferencing, particularly for people who normally have to wait a very long time for their appointments, and then they go in and there's often maybe not a lot of physical contact anyway. But then there were lots of people as well who were quite concerned about it. But in terms of healthcare professionals, that didn't really come up too much. But yeah, varying thoughts on that from participants with MS.
I think, Matt, you can get a broader answer to that with one of our upcoming presentations, which is about people's experiences, people with MS's experiences with accessing healthcare in the pandemic. So
Okay, great. Thanks, Jane. Thank you, Ellen.
Ellen, I have a question. I was interested to see that some people in the study were sort of unsure of the role of the GP in the management of their MS. And, you know, often the GP and the people in the general practice, including nurses, have been part of that journey or experience to diagnosis and know the person very well. And I wonder if general practice, you know, being that first access point in the community, might be an area where, you know, access to appointments might be greater than it is to accessing your neurologist, and that ongoing chronic disease planning is quite important. And I wonder if that's an area that's important to actually explore further, that how can MS be better managed in general practice?
I think so, yeah, because there was the point I made about how people in rural areas tended to have more input from their GP when it came to their MS care. And that's obviously because it's a lot more accessible for them, and they might go for longer periods without seeing a neurologist. So yeah, that was definitely something that I was interested to maybe explore further.
Thank you for that. And we've got a very full session today, so we'll go on to the next one. We will now hear from Professor Ted Mattis about his research using objective visual field testing to assess MS severity and progression.
Okay, so this is about objective visual field testing to assess MS severity and progression. Some of you will know that there's an old procedure called a visual evoked potential. What you do is you stick a bunch of electrodes on the person's head like that, and then you show them a picture like this on a fairly big screen, and the pattern does this for a while. And then when that's done, the person doing the test gets this waveform here, and the time to this peak tells you about nerve conduction between the eye and the brain. And this is sometimes used as additional information in diagnosis. But it's got a few problems. This shows a different sort of stimulus, which is kind of hard to look at. It's called a multifocal VEP. There are many, many little stimuli, and they're importantly sparse. This means they only come on very briefly, and then there are big gaps between when they come on next. And when you do this, you can get many, many responses. And if I just make them one for each of the regions, and if I just make this a bit bigger, you can see what they look like. And the important point is that each one of these tells you about a part of the optic nerve and the visual brain. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we look at this picture here, this is meant to be a television up the top. Do you see my cursor? Yeah. You can see it's divided up into 5 regions of different colors. And if you follow the colors around, you can see where those parts of the TV screen project in the eye and then up the nerve. And what a lot of people don't realize is that image, if you like, neural image of the TV continues all the way up to the brain. And so if you cut through at a certain point, you see the same sort of pattern that you see there. This means that stimulation of one part of the field tests one part of the nerve. So this allows you to dissect where there might be localized damage within the system. So why do we think this sort of thing is useful? Well, when we use these sparse stimuli, one of the things that happened was that the response size got 15 times bigger than a normal BEP. Well, that was a clue we were onto something. And when we made the stimuli sparse, it made the sensitivity and specificity for diagnosing MS much higher. In fact, we were at about 92% sensitivity at a false positive rate of 0, which is pretty amazing. And that was published in this paper down the bottom here some years ago. Now, one of the important things is between the brain and the eye, there are actually more nerve fibers going down to the eye than going up. In fact, 4.5 times more going down. And we think that this gain change, this 15-fold increase, is mediated in this loop between the midbrain and the cortex in the optic radiation. So that would give us access to the 10 million or so nerve fibers in that loop. And another interesting feature is that while the optic radiations are only about 1% of the white matter in the brain, they account for between 7 and 10% of all white matter lesions. So this is a pretty good site to look. Okay, so that was all about visual evoked potentials, but nobody likes getting electrodes stuck on their head. And it's a bit of a black art anyway. So this is about a solution to that. And it's called the Conan Objective Field Analyzer. And there's one just here, looks like that. And inside the box, there are a bunch of stimuli, and you'll notice they're sparse. In fact, even a bit sparser than the one you saw before. And this just shows you that inside the box, they're actually displayed on 2 screens. And then 2 mirrors, which are special mirrors, direct the 2 eyes to the 2 screens. And in fact, the person has no perception that they're looking at 2 screens. They think they're looking at one, but independent stimuli are testing your 2 eyes. And then we have video cameras up the top that do this. They video the person's pupils. And you can see here the pupil changing while the person is looking at the stimulus. And we flag these changes in diameter, and we use them in the same way as the visual evoked potential signal. And the upshot of that is you get a whole bunch of responses like this. And in fact, there's one for every location that was tested with pupil. And so someone is kind of cutting in, okay. And you get the amplitude or the sensitivity and also the time to peak, just like the BEP. So we thought we'd try it in MS. It was really developed for other things. And this is a paper we published a few years ago. And we found some not too surprising things. The sensitivity went down on average, and the delay of the response went up because of demyelination and whatnot. But I want to call your attention to this picture here. So this is what we did was we took the average of the localized per region delays from all 85 subjects, in fact, from both eyes, and just took the average. And that's this pattern you see here. So each one of these regions corresponds to one of the stimulus locations. And you can see that it's not smooth. There are parts of the field where there is more damage, where the delay, that's over here, is bigger. And what you can see from this is that this has actually worked, that if we go back to this picture, this is like a fine-grained version of this. So we've dissected out where in the nerve more of the damage is. And you can see from this that the worst 3 or 4 regions would probably be quite diagnostic, rather than taking the average across the whole field like you do with an old-fashioned BEP. Okay, so this is the distribution of all the delays from all the regions of all the 85 subjects here. And one standard deviation is about 40 milliseconds. So that's like 50% of the center of this distribution. I want you to remember that. Okay, so the conclusions of that study were kind of interesting. The diagnostic power followed the patient's EDSS scores, but not their history of optic neuritis, and we'll come back to this. And that was exactly what we found in the multifocal VEP study that we published before. And this implied that the OFA was measuring degeneration rather than something related to acute inflammation, which is what MRI tends to pick up. And I noted that the worst sort of 3 or 4 regions in the eye were the most diagnostic. And this all provided a starting point for what we call a follow-up study that was done more recently. We managed to get back 46 subjects from the original 85, 13 of whom had progressive disease. And we redid their EDSS scores. And I'm not going to go into detail about this, but this is where they are now. And this is where they were then. And these people up in this quadrant who got worse, they're mainly progressive persons. And then we defined a definition of progression. And we did a logistic regression to see what predicted progression. And the answer was not the amplitudes. The 3 here means the average of the worst 3 compared to normal. We had, and this is the delays. And you can see this is significant here. And what this means is that people who had a 40 millisecond longer delay than normal, that's one standard deviation amongst the patients, had about a 2 times higher risk of progressing, while those who were 40 milliseconds quicker than the rest of most of the patients, they had a 2 times lower risk. And of course, if you were 2 standard deviations away, you double all that, 4 times. So that was pretty interesting. So when we got the people in, we actually tried some new stimuli. We tried one, which is kind of an updated one of the one we used in 2008-9. And then these 2 new ones, W12 and W20, and they sort of look like this if you turn all the stimuli on at the same time. And we had 53 normal control subjects as well who were age and sex matched. And this is some of the data. Now, what we're interested in is the diagnostic power. And this is often reported by the area under the receiver operator curve. It's related to the sensitivity and specificity. And you can think of this as the percent accuracy. And you can see there's 3 sets of rows here for the 6-minute old stimulus. And then these 2, which are only 80 seconds, which are the newer ones. And this, there's 2 measures here. I'm not going to go into it. The asymmetry was interesting. Now, that's where your 2 eyes are like your left and right hand, they're mirror image. So what we did is we took the difference between anatomically similar regions in the 2 eyes and compared that to normal. And that turned out to be most diagnostic, and it kind of makes sense. It's like a within subject control. And you can see we can get some pretty good data here. We get data around 83, 87%. This is what's called Hedges G, which is a measure of effect size. And anything over 1 is considered, well, 1.2 is considered large, very large. So, okay. Now this is that was for people with relapsed and remitting disease. This is for the progressives, and you can see now we're up in the 90s, which is kind of exciting. And then I thought, well, most of the people had quite low EDSS scores, in fact. So I've done it here by EDSS score and test type. And you can see even down at EDSS 2, we're getting around 85, 90% accuracy, which is very encouraging. And this is the interesting one, I think. This is for comparing eyes that have had optic neuritis and those that had no optic neuritis. And you can see here, which is what we found in the old multifocal VEP study and our previous pupil study, was that it doesn't matter with these sparse stimuli, whether the eyes had optic neuritis or not. Normally, old-fashioned VEPs only work if the eyes had optic neuritis. So this is quite exciting. So conclusions, as I mentioned, if people's delays were either 1 standard deviation slower or quicker than normal, you got a 2-fold change in risk. The new 80-second stimuli outperformed the 6-minute stimuli, which was exciting. Asymmetry between the eyes performed better than anything else. And we had areas under the receiver operator curves around 83% or diagnostic accuracy, and around 97% for progressive disease. And these were still high, even for EDSS 2 to 3, and also for eyes with no optic neuritis. Thank you. Any questions?
Matthew, Roger, you have a question?
Yeah, very good question, Ted. That looks like really interesting research. How do you anticipate that these OFAs are going to be built into standard ophthalmology or optometry tests for someone who might be suspected or even has MS now?
Simple answer, yes. We have new units. In fact, one should arrive today or Monday. That's the final production design. In other words, that will be what is sold. And they have FDA clearance in the United States, so we expect them to be sold in the first quarter of 2022. And then approval will come.
Ted, you're a bit muffled. Is there?
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
That's better. That's better.
So basically, yes, they will be sold in the first quarter of 2022.
Fantastic.
The next question, I think, Vanessa, you had your hand up.
No, I was just applauding.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Not drowning waving. Okay. Michael Bradley has asked, how common is it for people to get optic neuritis?
I think the proportion of MS patients that have it is around 30 or 40%. But the important thing from this study and the previous two studies is that when you use these sparse stimuli, it doesn't matter. The diagnostic power is just as good whether the person has had optic neuritis or not.
Okay.
Does seem, and given the results with progression, it does look like this is looking at what neurodegenerative processes, and it doesn't matter about the presence or absence of optic neuritis. So it works for everybody, in other words.
Ted, can I ask, and there might be an obvious answer to this. Can you tell me what the implications of this are for not just for diagnosis and treatment? So is there a chance to distinguish types of MS through this in terms of diagnosis? Or so where would this take one?
Well, we haven't studied that, so I can't say.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. But what we do know is that related to the severity of the disease, and we can quantify progression. So we think that this may be quite useful as a way of more often checking on how someone is progressing and is their medication working for them. And then secondarily, is it time for them to switch medication? Because as you know, at the moment, we rely very heavily on MRI to decide whether to switch treatments. And there are many, many treatments available now. So having something else that would help you measure cost effectively, and maybe in a regional area, how someone is going might be quite useful.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I'll hand over to Katrina to introduce the next speaker.
Thanks, Ted. As someone who was in both 2008 and 2018 testing, I'm very pleased to see the results.
Thank you very much. I'd now like
to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Prince Sebastian, who is presenting his medical school project examining the association between sun exposure and pediatric onset MS. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you, Katrina. Hello, everyone. My name is Prince. I'm a third-year medical student at the ANU, and I'm going to talk to you about my research project looking at the effect of sun exposure in pediatric MS. So MS is, as you know, an immune-mediated demyelinating disease of the central nervous system. It usually has its onset around 20 to 50 years of age, but in around 5% of cases, it actually begins before the age of 18, which is called pediatric MS. MS etiology is complex and involves multiple risk factors, in particular, low sun exposure, low ultraviolet radiation or UVR exposure, and low vitamin D have all been well established as modifiable environmental risk factors for MS, in adults at least. but it's not really clear what role these risk factors have in pediatric MS. There is one view that pediatric MS is really the same disease as adult MS, except the onset is much earlier. Perhaps because there's a higher load of modifiable risk factors, like low sun exposure. If that's true, then that could imply a greater potential for intervention in terms of prevention and treatment. So our aims in this project were to determine the associations with pediatric MS risk for low sun exposure, measured as time spent outdoors, use of sun protection, ambient UVR dose, and vitamin D status. Based on the known associations of these risk factors with adult MS, we hypothesized that low sun exposure or less time spent outdoors, greater use of sun exposure, sun protection, and low ambient UVR dose and low vitamin D status would all be associated with greater risk of MS in children. This was a multi-center case control study involving 16 pediatric MS centers in the US, and it included 866 participants, including 332 children with MS and 534 controls. Case participants were aged 4 to 22 years. They all had MS onset before 18 years of age and were no more than 4 years from symptom onset. Median disease duration was approximately 7.3 months. Controls were recruited from the same study centers as the cases, and cases and controls were matched on sex and age, and we used an unfixed case control matching ratio. That is, each case was matched to however many controls satisfied the matching criteria. We focused on 4 exposure variables. Sun exposure was a self-reported categorical ordinal measure based on the amount of time spent outdoors daily during the most recent summer. Use of sun protection was a combined numerical score based on self-reported use of sunglasses, hat, and short or long sleeved clothes, all in the most recent summer. Ambient summer UVR dose was calculated based on the participants' locations of residence over their lifetime and satellite UVR data for the periods of residence. And finally, vitamin D status was measured as the serum concentration of 25-hydroxy vitamin D. We did multi-variable conditional logistic regression to test associations between the exposure variables and case control status. And we adjusted for a number of covariates: sex, age, race, season of birth, child's skin color, which represents the child's sun sensitivity, mother's education, cigarette smoke exposure in early life, being overweight, and Epstein-Barr virus infection, which we measured using the antiviral capsid antigen antibody optical density. So first, a summary of the characteristics of our study population. 63% of cases were female, and the median age was 15.9 years. And since we matched cases and controls on age and sex, the numbers were pretty similar for the controls. Cases were more likely than controls to have been exposed to cigarette smoke in early life. Cases were more likely than controls to ever have been overweight. And cases also had a higher median anti-BCA levels. Now, a summary of the sun-related data. Cases spent less time outdoors during the most recent summer compared to controls. Sun protection behavior was pretty similar between cases and controls. and ambient summer UVR dose was also pretty similar between cases and controls. But surprisingly, the cases had a higher median serum 25-hydroxyvitamin D level compared to controls. These are the results for the conditional logistic regression. In the fully adjusted model, spending more time outdoors during summer was strongly protective for MS, with evidence of a dose response. Even spending 30 minutes to 1 hour produced a relatively large and statistically significant reduction in MS risk compared to the reference category of less than 30 minutes. Use of sun protection was not associated with MS risk. Greater ambient summer UVR dose was associated with lower risk of MS, with an odds ratio of 0.80 per kilojoule of meter squared of UVR dose. To illustrate this result, 1 kilojoule per meter squared is roughly the difference in summer UVR dose between Florida and New York. So according to our results, a child living in Florida would have 20% lower odds of MS compared to a child living in New York. And finally, we found that greater serum 25-hydroxyvitamin D levels were associated with greater risk of MS, which was unexpected. But we think this is because the children with MS may have been taking vitamin D supplementation following their diagnosis. Unfortunately, we only had a single vitamin D measurement taken after diagnosis. We didn't have any pre-diagnostic vitamin D levels or further information about supplementation that they were on, so we couldn't investigate this further. To reiterate our key findings, we found that spending more time outdoors was associated with reduced risk of MS. Use of sun protection was not associated with risk, and greater ambient UVR dose was associated with lower risk of MS. And finally, greater serum 25-hydroxyvitamin D levels were associated with greater risk of MS, most likely due to post-diagnosis supplementation. To our knowledge, this is the first study to investigate the effect of sun exposure in pediatric MS. The strengths of the study include a large, diverse, well-matched cohort and multiple sensitivity analysis, which replicated our key findings. The biggest weakness was our inability to fully investigate the role of vitamin D because we couldn't account for supplementation. Nevertheless, our findings regarding sun exposure suggest the potential to use regular sun exposure as an intervention to prevent development and/or progression of MS. In summary, this study found that spending more time in the sun during summer, even 30 minutes daily, is associated with greatly reduced risk for MS in children. And living in a sunnier location with higher UVR levels is also associated with reduced risk for MS in children. I would like to thank my supervisors, Robin, Emmanuel, and Nick, and Charlie, and our collaborators in the US, and everyone who was part of the US network of pediatric MS centers. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Prince. That's been a very interesting presentation, and perhaps the lack of vitamin D data goes to the, certainly here in Australia, was that quite a few years ago, having a test for vitamin D was not encouraged by the Medicare advisory committee, so that it was only when it was proved that vitamin D was related to MS that they started allowing people to get tested for vitamin D. Any questions from any of the audience?
I could make one point. It's very interesting that the same amount of exposure to time outdoors is highly protective against serious myopia. So what the relationship is between those two things, I have no idea, but it's very interesting. All kids should spend time outdoors.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ted.
That's so true. What puzzles me is that I spent all of my childhood at the beach. 20 years of my early life was spent virtually on the beach in the sun. Yet I developed MS at 13. So I suppose I'm just someone that doesn't fit into that sort of statistics and that you've gathered. Yeah.
Can I just
Thanks,
ask? So can I ask just to clarify, to make sure I understand what you're saying that you found is that even if children wore sunscreen and hats and all those sorts of things, as long as they were actually outdoors, that reduced their risk of developing MS as children?
Yeah, so it's interesting that the advice for avoiding skin cancer is avoid excessive sun exposure and use as much protection. But it seems that even if children wear wearing a hat, wearing sunscreen, doing all of the sensible things, they still were able to get the protective effect of sun exposure. Yeah, that's an interesting finding. And
yeah.
MS etiology is complex and multiple risk factors are involved. So you can do all the right things and still develop the disease, unfortunately. So it's a risk factor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. I'll go on to the next session. So the next is a presentation, an update from the OHIOH Health Experience team. Our team has conducted a variety of research examining the experiences of people living with MS. All of our studies are very collaborative and always include people living with MS as co-researchers and authors. 3 of these studies will be presented today, and all of them have been pre-recorded. We're running a little bit behind in this session, which is quite a long one. So what I might say for this session and the last one that follows is we'll wait for questions at the end of the session. So I'm going to start with a presentation by Dr. Adam Henschke, who has pre-recorded his presentation on our work examining how personalised medicine can be applied to MS. And I will share this screen now.
Hello, my name is Adam Henschke, and I'm with the philosophy section at the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And in this short talk today, I'm going to talk about personalised medicine and the value of understanding the lived experience of, for understanding the lived experience of people with conditions like MS. So the overall point that I want to make is that personalised medicine shows a very strong promise, not only to change people's quality of life, but also to change and disrupt our notions of healthcare. And so when we understand personalised medicine, we need to recognise that it has 2 complementary aspects, or at least 2 complementary aspects. One way to think of personalised medicine is that we're using technologies and other kind of information and understanding of things to tailor the treatment to an individual's particular genetic or personal medical profiles. The idea here is I might respond differently to a treatment than you might respond to. And so if we can have understanding and information on that, it will increase the quality of treatment. Then there's a second way to think of personalisation of healthcare and medicine, which is to tailor the general provision of healthcare to the needs and experiences of the individuals receiving the healthcare. So this is similar to what I was saying before, but it's not necessarily about the more clinical aspects, I guess, or the biological aspects of medicine and treatment, but the broader healthcare aspects, the ways in which a person has experienced their particular condition and how they respond to things. And this is important for a condition like MS because MS varies so significantly from person to person. And so, I might be diagnosed with MS, someone else might be diagnosed with MS, but our experience of that is going to be significantly different from each other. So we need personalized medicine, not just in terms of the treatment, but in the general provision of healthcare. And I think one of the really important things that MS draws out, which is a really instructive thing for personalized medicine more generally, is how the lived experience of a condition varies significantly, and how we need to bring this into how we respond to these conditions. And again, this has a significant impact on provision of healthcare more generally. So when thinking of MS, a recent meta-synthesis that a number of us here within the OHIOH group worked on identified people's experiences of living with MS, and we identified 5 key themes that describe these experiences. So one, and this is kind of coming up in this meta-synthesis, was the quest for knowledge, expertise, and understanding. Trying to understand, what's going on with this condition, what do the various experts say, how can we respond to it and understand it. A second theme was the uncertain trajectories. Again, this notion within a condition like MS that there's significant uncertainty in what it means for the person. Third, like with a lot of chronic conditions, the loss of valued roles and activities, and perhaps a threat of a changing identity. So not only there's a diagnosis or having some situations like this change what we can do, it also has an impact on who we are and how we understand ourselves. A fourth thing, again, quite particular and important to MS, was managing fatigue and its impact on life and relationships. And then a final theme that was identified in the meta-synthesis was adapting to life with MS. And so what a number of us did in a subsequent paper was to identify, or to suggest that by identifying and understanding these 5 themes, we can help ensure that personalized medicine responds to the experiences and needs of people with MS. So again, it's trying to recognize that personalized medicine isn't just about the specific kind of treatment of conditions, but the broader healthcare context. And particularly for a variable condition like MS, this becomes really important as a matter of personalization. And so when we think of personalization, we need to see it as a dynamic relationship between people with MS, their healthcare providers, and the larger clinical system supporting them. Again, kind of wider notion of healthcare. This means taking advantage of available technology to empower patients to provide their feedback to the clinicians about their progress, whether it is the incidence and intensity of fatigue or the effectiveness and adverse effects of treatments. So personalized medical technologies, one really important element of them is to empower patients to be able to interact with their clinicians, to give them information, give them data about their lived experience. And here, feedback is essential to ensure the personalization of diagnosis and treatments for MS, because this varies so significantly from person to person and through time. Another set of reflections of personalization suggests that it is likely that personalized medicine will challenge existing medical practices and will have implications for clinician knowledge and the experiences of people with MS as they navigate a complex healthcare system. Equally, substantial challenges for conditions are inevitable as they are confronted with the growing and complex data sets about biological variables, environmental exposures, and the lifestyle decisions of their patients. And so clinicians and others will need tools to transform and translate this information to inform decisions about treatment. The point here is that people with MS will be in a position to provide their clinicians with rich accounts of their lived experiences. And so this can help what we need to do for personalised medicine is we need to help ready healthcare organisations for these transformations. And this needs to extend beyond clinicians to include policymakers and service leaders, and will demand appropriate capacity building to deal with these larger sets of information that personalised medicine will produce. In addition to patients, clinicians and health services need to be involved in the design, conduct, and evaluation of personalised medicine research and implementation. And finally, such strategies to enable more seamless care in view of increasingly complex health practice dynamics and information will be needed for a truly patient-centred era of personalised medicine. And so our point here is personalised medicine is disrupting not just our understandings of kind of health and disease and well-being, but it will have significant impacts on the broader healthcare sets of healthcare institutions. And we need to prepare for this, anticipate this, and build in the lived experience of people with the particular conditions that are of interest. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and I hope that that has been useful for you.
We'll now hear from Dr. Anne Parkinson reporting her review of the literature examining people's experience of living with someone with MS. Thanks, Anne.
My name is Anne Parkinson, and today I'd like to share some insights from our recent study about the experiences of people who live with a person with MS. We were interested in the experiences of people who live with a person with MS because they inhabit a caring space which spans caring for someone as well as caring about someone. Not everyone who lives with a person with MS may formally understand their role as one of being a carer, but they all share their lives with someone with a serious and long-term illness that follows an uncertain course. They may be a partner, a child, a parent or family member, or simply a friend, but they all care. The research question that we set out to answer was, how do people experience living with a person with MS? We conducted a scoping review of the qualitative literature and identified 49 relevant articles, and then rather than just documenting what the studies found, we conducted an in-depth meta-synthesis of the information gathered to determine our own findings and develop new insights. The 5 themes described in this review shed light on the intertwined experiences of people living with a person with MS and the person with MS. Irrespective of their relationship with the person with MS and the severity of the condition, their experiences have commonalities. Experiences were expressed in relation to 2 distinct time periods, present day-to-day existence and the future. Uncertainty was evident in the experiences of most participants and permeated all aspects of their life. The experiences they described ranged from positive experiences of empowerment and personal growth to negative experiences of disempowerment, encompassing anger, frustration, guilt, and helplessness. The ability of people living with a person with MS to accept and adapt to the diagnosis of MS of someone close to them and adapt their lives and the lives of their family to live with their changed circumstances varied. Importantly, their position wasn't static. It changed in line with the symptoms of the person with MS, often reflecting what was happening to them. The first theme, seeking information and support, is about the critical need for information and practical and emotional support that was highlighted across the studies, as decisions about treatment options affect both the person with MS and those close to them. However, people living with a person with MS, including their families, are often treated as minor players by healthcare practitioners. Themes 2 and 4, caring as labour and changing identities, are about the impact of chronic disease on family members. It is profound and spreads across all aspects of life. Young carers are both the most vulnerable and the most likely to be ignored within the health system, and taking on the responsibility of caring for someone can greatly influence the life course of a person, especially a young person. It can affect them both physically and psychologically, impacting their education, economic opportunities, friendships, and their social support networks. And while people carried out a wide range of caring activities, not everyone identified as a carer, some preferring instead to be recognised by their relationship as a partner, a sister, or a mother. The experiences described in theme 3, living with uncertainty, indicate that uncertainty is an ongoing challenge for people living with a person with MS. Key areas of uncertainty include the initial ambiguity about the diagnosis, the typically uncertain diagnosis, the unpredictability of the illness course, and how family roles and relationships might be affected over time as MS progresses. In Theme 5, Adapting to Life with a Person with MS, participants reported how they needed to develop a long-term management approach to the challenges to their identity, living with uncertainty, and the moral demands of care. So just to summarise our key findings, what we discovered was that both the person with MS and their household or family member who is caring for them or living with them are inextricably linked and, like the title of today's presentation, intertwined like a double helix. Adapting to life with a person with MS is challenging and requires learning to live with uncertainty and to find ways of making sense of one's world through integrating MS into everyday family life and practices. Support services and healthcare practitioners are currently very much centred on the individual patient. In particular, young people with a parent with MS report being ignored. Clinicians need to look beyond the person with MS and recognise the relational network of people who surround them and shift their focus to become more family or household centred. Decisions about treatment options affect both the person with MS and those close to them, and these decision partners play a vital role in shared decision making about treatment. We need to design interventions that involve them and that support their active engagement. Thank you.
I'm now going to share Janet Drew's presentation on our work examining people with MS's experiences of accessing healthcare in the ACT during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Hello, my name is Janet Drew. I'm a person with MS and a member of the Health Experience team that forms part of the Our Health in Our Hands program, which is a strategic initiative of the Australian National University. And we work closely with the MS community. So just to give you some context to our work, OHIOH is a multidisciplinary collaboration of researchers from across the university that aims to transform healthcare by developing new personalised health technologies and solutions, working in collaboration with people living with either MS or type 1 diabetes. As you can see here, the Health Experience team cuts across the programs. So most importantly, patient and public involvement underpins all aspects of the research, improving its relevance, credibility and legitimacy. So now I'd like to introduce you to the MS Health Experience team. In addition to 5 researchers, the team includes 5 people living with MS, including me, a carer and an MS nurse. All team members living with MS are referred to as research partners, and we are involved in the study design, data analysis and writing of papers. Actually, I was the person who conducted the interviews with people with MS in this study. Now we know that people with MS are often immune compromised and that they require complex care and often engage with a variety of healthcare providers to manage their health. So with the onset of COVID-19 in 2020, we were interested in learning more about the experiences of people with MS in accessing healthcare during the pandemic, including via telehealth following the government's expansion of subsidised telehealth consultations. To find out, we conducted semi-structured interviews with participants, followed by a thematic analysis. We recruited 8 people with MS who were living in the ACT. And we were able to recruit from a pool of 49 people who'd either participated in previous research with our group or had previously registered an expression of interest for involvement in research about MS as part of the OHIOH program. The participants were chosen purposefully in an attempt to include a gender and age balance, but also to include people who had not previously participated in studies with our group. As you can see on the slide, participants were a mix of ages, gender, had different diagnoses and medications. The interviews were conducted in June and July 2020. So all participants had attended consultations between March and July 2020 with a range of different healthcare professionals and across multiple modalities, including face-to-face, telephone and video. Most of the consultations, however, were with GPs. In fact, all participants consulted with a GP, with 5 attending more than once. And it was either face-to-face or by telephone, but not video. While participants may not have attended a video consultation with their GP, they were still able to reflect on it as a potential option. 2 participants had a video consultation with their neurologist, and 1 participant had a phone consultation. Allied healthcare providers offered various options, and 3 participants attended hospital for treatments. So there were 3 themes that emerged from the data. Firstly, assessing personal risk. Our participants were aware that having MS made them more vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. And one of the strongest findings, as you will see in the first quote, was that people with MS are accustomed to undertaking a continual assessment of personal risk in their lives with respect to their health. They consider themselves to be experts at managing their own risk and making decisions about their health. Observing that this was a new experience for the broader public during COVID-19 pandemic. But most also recognised that they had to continue with their work and life, balancing the risks and benefits. All our participants felt that they could trust their healthcare professionals to advise if a face-to-face consultation was necessary, and if so, that COVID-19 procedures would be followed. Theme 2 reflects that some participants postponed certain aspects of their usual care, including visits for mental health care because they were worried about being exposed to COVID-19 through interactions with other people in a clinical setting. More concerning, as you can see from the second quote, was that some participants self-diagnosed and normalised potential emerging symptoms, not actively seeking care unless issues escalated significantly. Theme 3 relates to accessing care in new ways, such as telehealth. As quote 3 demonstrates, we found that overall, participants were supportive of telehealth consultations during COVID-19, as they offered a safe and contact-free option, as well as better access and greater convenience, especially if transport or fatigue were issues. However, as expected, some negative aspects were also raised about consultations via telephone being less personal than a face-to-face consultation, and concern about being unable to have a physical examination. We found the key messages from this research are that personal risk assessment and trust in their healthcare professionals determine the mode that people with MS chose to access healthcare. In addition to face-to-face consultations, telehealth undoubtedly has a place in providing usual care for people with MS. The update of telehealth in Australia has been rapid, offering patients and clinicians protection from disease transmission, and for people with MS, convenience and access to healthcare professionals. It has provided and continues to provide a safe, contact-free option during the pandemic. Telehealth has a role in any comprehensive treatment plan. Notably, people with MS may find specific value in video consultations, which enable visualization of physical function. And finally, there is a need for training and support for all clinicians to conduct remote consultations, including learning how to use visual language in their communication with patients. If you're interested, our paper about the study was recently published in Health Expectations and is freely available. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Associate Professor Hannah Suleiman, who leads the OHIOH Big Data team. Today, Hannah is presenting her team's research developing a smartphone-based data collection and analysis to support home-based MS monitoring and management. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Katrina, and I admire you didn't even look how petrified you were with my last name. That was the usual story when I went to school with my English second name, middle name, and the teachers were always petrified. You could see, and the next one in the roster is Hannah. What am I supposed to say? And you pronounce my name really well. So that's to lighten up the feeling in the afternoon a little bit. And let me turn the other view on. Where is my presenter? There we go. Can everybody see my screen? So basically, we are going to have a look how we can make these lovely technologies enabled by smartphones something that supports data collection and smart analysis or artificial intelligence, machine learning based analysis of the collected data in order to support monitoring and managing MS, preferably at home, because many of us have smartphones home. First, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land. So I have had my true pleasure to go Australia and Canberra, my home, since 2010. I pay my respects to the elders of Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, past, present, and emerging. So thank you so much. And this beautiful piece of art is from one of the supercomputers in the ANU, and is a beautiful illustration what it is when we bring knowledges, diverse set of knowledge together. There's a team in Ohio on big data. We saw a nice slide about it already. So this is joint work. And it's not only about big data. So we work across the disciplines and professions and roles. So one of the ways how I like to talk about the big data program is that we bridge Ohio programs and cohorts together and are bigger and better that way. One of our critical goals in the big data program is to improve disease monitoring and management and thereby contribute to patient outcomes. And that's the topic of today's talk. I still remember in 2017 when we were pitching OHIOH, how Anne Bruce stopped and said, can you imagine how it would be that instead of having to go to hospital or having children doing finger pricking to analyze their diabetes status, every morning and evening when kids brush their teeth, that data would get analyzed and their disease status was monitored and managed at home. So that's initial pitch, initial concept from OHIOH. And over our years of operation, the toothbrush has become a ketone whistle. But how can we take that concept to MS? And my answer to that question is that one of the approaches is the smartphone. So you may have memories of me talking about what to do with the camera. Can we use the video signal to assess how people are doing some balancing tasks or walking tasks? You may also remember me talking about voice. So can we analyze the status from just saying to the microphone? And I believe that Carlo and Anne have sent as a break material today a video where there's a little bit longer talk where I'm telling about that work. And today we focus mainly on what can we do on the screen of the computer as well as the other sensors of the phone. So we talk about finger tapping and we talk about those gait analysis tasks and similar tasks that sensors on the phone enable doing. So what would it look like? Could it be an app? This is something that we studied and published this year. So here on the left-hand side, you can see our initial design, but we did improve it. The task is to tap the two circles alternating way for 30 seconds and the phone analyzes the signal. First, there's a welcome window before the data collection starts. The collection aims to harvest the tapping patterns and run some metrics on that data. But before we go there, we need to know some descriptive statistics about the person who is doing the tapping task. So we need to know gender. Are they likely to be right or left-handed in order to know which side of the screen are they likely to start normally tapping from? Do they have Parkinson's disease diagnosis? So this study was about Parkinson's, but with the aim for next year is to move on from that to MS. Then there's information about the diagnosis and medication, the instructions, and then the tapping task begins. And the phone is giving alarms if it's not placed nicely on a surface or if something else is going on that is likely to cause poor data analysis outcomes. So let's have a look. Here's the welcome. Descriptive statistics next. So gender, age, the handedness, and the disease status or diagnosis. That was yes, so hence there's a new prompt to talk about the medication. And of course, this information is entered only in the first time, so one doesn't need to do this every time when doing the tapping task. Now, after the instructions, the tapping will begin for 30 seconds, and one has to repeat the task 3 times so that we have a pattern across the 3 times of repeating. And now we will see the tapping. There's a white little circle that appears on the screen so that we know that the phone is registering the tapping pattern. And also the light is flashing a little bit. And the goal is really to harvest the tapping metrics. So is one tapping symmetrically? Is there's hesitation in the beginning to start? Is the pace steady, or do we, for example, slow down? Metrics of that kind. And we can also very soon see an alarm to the user to tell that something was not going on very well. So one wasn't having the phone on a steady surface, and there was another alarm which was about tapping on one finger only as opposed to alternating. So how do we go back to my presentation? Let me fix that one and move on from the presentation to the next slide and share it with you again. There we go. So what is happening next with this study? We analyzed those metrics, and we have been able to show that there is a clear difference between, are you able to see the screen? Just double checking. Yes? So where we are, we have been able to show in a study with 16 control participants and 16 people with Parkinson's that indeed these metrics bring a signal, and we are able to differentiate the cohorts. What we are to do next is to really continue towards home-based monitoring. And apologies, my screen is for some reasons showing a all pink pattern as half of my screen, which is not supposed to be the case. So in order to go home to home-based monitoring, what needs to happen is the safety side of things. So there needs to be secure saving and capturing of the data, as well as be able to recover from those cases when the internet for some reason is not working as well as possible. So for example, if one is in remote Australia, one should be still able to do the finger tapping task, record the data and send it for analysis once network coverage is there. And going back to that vision about the other data captured by the device, we have had for a year now a team of students from the ANU Tech Launcher program in computing and engineering working with us. And they have built a sensor-based system, which I'm going to show next 2 videos about. So let us have a look at those videos. And I believe I have shared my sound already too. So let us have a look. So the app has been developed and very soon it's going to be available through the app stores, and its next phase is to co-design and build it from a general purpose machine learning tool for data collection and analysis to MS specifically. And here's another video that is taking steps towards applying the app, but not specific to any disease yet. So I would like to welcome with this pitch next year when we will be introducing the app and having co-design, co-development workshops on it, everybody to participate.
These days, we all walk around with a mobile phone that has access to sensors that range from accelerometers to ambient light sensors. The goal of this project is to create an app for Android and iOS that allows us to harness these sensors for data collection. It will allow us to select which sensors to collect the data from, as well as to label the data in real time as it's being collected.
Machine learning
is the concept that a computer program can learn and adapt to new data without human instruction.
The app is for educational purposes and will be very useful for machine learning students, as they will not be restricted to using existing applications which tend to either not allow labeling or don't allow the selection of sensors. Although being created with students in mind, anyone looking for an easy way to create labeled datasets for machine learning or data analysis would find it useful.
Gathering well-labelled data for machine learning projects can be very difficult and expensive. Our solution is Sensible.
Sensors will be stored locally, accessible only to the owner of the device unless they choose to share it via a third-party platform. The app will not transmit any kind of data without the user knowledge. The compatibility with both Android and iOS devices provide the ability for the app to be useful for anyone on any device.
Sensible captures data from your selected sensors and graphs it on your screen in real time. You have the ability to add your own labels to this real-time data on the spot, so you don't have to go back after recordings and set labels at different points in time. As the data collected is visualized on a graph view in real time, you can also directly see how things you do affect the data being collected.
The Sensible project differs from existing smartphone sensor apps in two key ways. These are labeling data during collection and offering maximum sensor coverage. Most apps that allow the user to record sensor data do not try to support the widest array of sensors available on the device, and they provide no way for the user to label the data during collection, if at all.
If you are interested and want to find out how you can get involved in the Sensible project, you can contact Hannah and her research team at the ANU School of Computer Science.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for that presentation. Now, we have a few minutes for questions. I have a question going back a few presentations from Vanessa for Prince. I believe Prince is gone, but there are two of Prince's supervisors here. Hannah, and then if people want to put other questions in the chat for Hannah's presentation or any of the health experience team presentations, or just put your hands up. One question regarding Prince's presentation was exposure to cigarette smoke at an early age seems to be a risk factor for MS. Would Prince like to speculate if this might mean that early exposure to other forms of smoke and pollution might be a risk factor? Perhaps Nick or Robin might be able to answer for Prince.
Jane, I think it would be fine to speculate, but we have no evidence of that because we know that cigarette smoke has got particular composition and is a risk factor for a wide range of things. Whether that goes for other forms of smoke, I really have no idea. So it would be completely speculative.
Okay, great. Thanks, Robin. Does anyone else have any questions for Hannah or anyone else who presented this afternoon? Great. Hannah, we're looking forward to working with you and your team next year with our MS research team and our diabetes research team. So thank you for putting that forward. Katrina, have you got anything else to say, or shall we give everyone a 2-minute early mark for afternoon tea?
I was just going to thank Hannah for the excellent presentation, because it's very good to see the progress that's been made with the development of the smartphone apps that you're currently producing. And I think that that's a great commendation to your students and the researchers in the big data area, and thank you very much, Hannah, for doing that.
Thank you, Katrina, for your kindness, and it's an excellent opportunity for students to learn about something that can make a difference to society and health of people. Many of us in computer science want to make that kind of contributions, and thank you for being so open and welcoming for us to learn.
And as Hannah mentioned earlier, this will be co-designed by people with MS next year. So there will be opportunities for people to be involved. So watch this space. Thank you. I'll hand back over to Anne Bruceley to finalise. Or Anne, are you happy for us to finish?
Oh, no, this is wonderful. I was just typing, so it's easier to say. So thanks, everybody, all the speakers, all like live or non-live. We have half an hour now till our next session. So I will start the video again. Don't feel obliged to watch it. It's just to fill the void in this half an hour break. And again, I will kick everybody out into the waiting room right before the next session so that we can set up. Yes, it's not very pretty to watch. And yeah, so see you all in half an hour, and enjoy your afternoon tea.
So welcome everyone to the final session of the ACT MS Symposium 2021. It's been a super exciting and interesting day, and this is the last hour. So thank you so much for coming to this session. It's on Future for MS Research in Australia. And we have two speakers, three actually, including myself. So the first speaker is Professor Bruce Taylor. Bruce is a medical graduate at the University of Tasmania and completed neurology training in Perth, Western Australia, before completing a fellowship training at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. He currently has a personal chair at the Menzies Institute for Medical Research at the University of Tasmania, and a co-joint appointment with the Royal Hobart Hospital. He also holds an NHMRC investigator grant. He's also the academic lead of the Menzies Institute for Medical Research, the MS Research flagship. So he has been undertaking MS research for more than 25 years, and his main areas of research interests are eliciting the factors, personal, environmental, and genetic, that are associated with the onset and progression of multiple sclerosis. And then we have, to finalise today, we have Rowan Greenland, and he joined MS Australia as the CEO in December 2020, having been a CEO at Palliative Care Australia, and prior to that, the General Manager of Advocacy at the National Heart Foundation of Australia. He also has a long-serving director was a long-serving director of the Public Affairs at the Australian Medical Association, and has spent 7 years working as an advisor, media advisor, and chief of staff to federal and AC politicians and ministers. He has been involved in advocacy and policy for much of his working career, especially for prevention and management of chronic disease. He now serves on the executive committee of the International MS Progressive Alliance and the CEO advisory group of MS International Federation. So we've got some really high caliber speakers this afternoon, and we're really excited to hear from them. So Bruce will let you take it away. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me well enough?
Yep, we're good to go.
Okay, good. So thanks to the organisers for the meeting to give me this, a topic which is almost impossible to do. But so what I thought I'd do is I'd talk about some of the challenges I see and potentially what are some of the avenues out of those challenges. So, so hang on a sec. Oh, here we go. So I'll just quickly give you a snapshot of multiple sclerosis in Australia. As we know, it affects about 25,000 Australians. Tasmania, where I live and work, has got the highest prevalence of MS in Australia, which is between 1.45 and 1.75 per 1,000 people. And worldwide, there are probably 2.3 to 2.5 million people. And again, we know that it's more common in women. It affects people in the most productive periods of their lives and its life and productivity of those people. It's the single greatest cause of non-traumatic neurological disability in young adults. And what I'd like to emphasise is some interesting but potentially worrying research which you've done, which is showing that in Australia, and particularly and this is not only Tasmania, but also recently publications from Newcastle, have shown that in fact our prevalence and incidence of MS are significantly increasing. We've been doing MS prevalence studies in Tasmania since, the first one was done in 1961, and we've repeated 3 in 2003, 2010, and now again in 2019-20. And as you can see at the end of this graph, there's been a striking uptick in the risk of or the rate of MS, particularly in women, but also in men. And this is an area which I've been quite interested in, trying to explain why more people are getting MS and why this is so. But there are also a number of other problems with in doing MS research. And certainly we all know MS is currently incurable, and MS is a highly variable intra and interpersonal course. We have great difficulty in defining or measuring progression in MS, which means it's hard to measure whether you succeeded if you're trying to intervene. And the time required to translate a discovery from the laboratory or from clinical research into outcomes of people with MS is often greater than 10 years and often approaches 20 years. And we don't have a good human model for MS, and we rely on mouse or rat models of neuroinflammation to underpin a lot of work in MS, with limited subsequent translation to humans. As few people die from MS, we have limited human tissue to work on, which sounds very morbid, but it's really very important. And when and if we do get that tissue, it's often from people who've had MS for many, many years. And what may have occurred 20 years ago, which is of critical importance, may have been completely obliterated or disappeared by the time the person dies. And we don't often biopsy the brains of people with MS, therefore we don't really have that sort of access to the site of where the disease is. Therefore, a lot of human work is based on other tissues, particularly blood, which may not reflect the processes going on in the brain. So one of the ways to get around that is a project we've been really very interested in here in Tasmania, which is to develop stem cells. Now, stem cells mean many things to many people, but what a stem cell is it's a pluripotent cell. It's what the original egg and fertilized egg is. That one cell develops into every cell in the body, which means that within the genomics of that cell, it has the capacity to differentiate into anything from a hair follicle cell to a brain, to a neuron, to a blood cell, to a bone cell. So what we've been able to do, and others have been able to do, is to take blood samples from people, take out their white blood cells, and then reprogram them into pluripotent stem cells, and this is a picture of what a pluripotent stem cell actually looks like. And that cell can develop into anything. And when we take it back, we then can convert it, we can then stimulate it in the reverse direction and convert that blood cell into brain cells. We can produce neurons, oligodendrocytes, astrocytes, and microglial cells. And the advantage of doing this is that we can actually take cells from people with MS, and this paper, which was just published recently, demonstrates how we've been able to take these cells from a person with primary progressive MS, and we've been able to convert them into the 3 major types of cells with in mesoderm, ectoderm, and endoderm. And then from there, we've also been able to differentiate these cells into neurons and oligodendrocytes. That means we've got cells from a person with MS which carry the genetic information of that person with MS, and we can convert them into pluripotent stem cells, and we can convert them into brain cells. Now that means we've got a model that we can study which is has all the genetic characteristics of someone with MS, and we can also then go in and correct those genetic errors, to use a term, and then we can also add in other genetic modifications of interest, and then we can study the effect on human cell from someone with MS and see how important a genetic variant is, or how important correcting that genetic variant may be. And this allows a very rapid understanding of treatment as well, as if you can actually produce many of these cells from many different people, you can actually understand how a treatment affects cells from the brain of people with MS. This is a project which is ongoing, and we're calling this MS STEM, and our hope is that we will develop a biobank with stem cells from people with MS which can then be used by other researchers as well as ourselves to study MS. And that will remove one of the major challenges of MS in not having a human model. And this is a first step in developing human models for MS. Now, the other thing is, when we develop MS, one of the reasons everyone always wants to know is why have I got MS? And is there anything I can do to prevent other members of my family, my children, my siblings getting MS? And on a broader sense, how could we reduce the impact of MS in the community by trying to prevent it? Now, we know MS is caused by a combination of infectious agents, environmental factors, and genetic factors. And these come together, if you like, in a perfect storm to increase the risk of developing MS. Now, it's also important to note that risk factors don't necessarily work on their own. They may work together, which is what we call an interaction. And this just demonstrates what an interaction is. If you've got A and B, if they were just working without interacting, they will produce an effect. But if they interact, we can see that there's an additive effect which causes which increases the action of the two risk factors. And this is what we call an interaction. And these features are really quite common in complex diseases such as MS, and their risk is not that the factors act on their own, they act together. Now, the other important thing is, and this is one way of thinking about complex diseases like MS, this is what's called Rothman's causal pie, which says to get a disease like MS, you've got to fill in the pie dish. You've got to get these segments, and until you've got all of the pie dish filled, you won't necessarily get MS. And that explains why not everyone who's been exposed to various risk factors will get MS. It also depends on their genes, their environmental factors, and the important thing is that everyone's pie dish may be different. And the slices that I may need in my pie dish may be different from the slices that other people do. But you've got to complete the pie dish to reach a causal sufficiency and then go on and develop MS. And it's also important to note that these factors vary and their time of influence on risk of getting MS. Genes have generally invariant in their effects on risk, but they can be modified by epigenetic modification, and they can certainly be modified in an additive manner by your environmental exposures. So what are some of the risk factors? Well, one of the most important risk factors, which is of great interest, is that MS prevalence, or the number of people with MS, increases as the further you get away from the equator. And this is some work we've done over a number of years, and this was in 2009, again in 2019, which has showed that there was a very, very strong gradient of MS risk. And the gradient would indicate that your risk will go up from literally close to zero at the equator in an at-risk population to about 300 per 100,000 at the same latitude as Stockholm or Oslo or Iceland. There's maybe a dip at the very, very high latitudes, which may be due to local environmental factors. But this gradient is one of the strongest risk factors for developing MS. And what might be driving it? Well, lack of sun exposure. And we all know that sun exposure, Robin Lucas, who's on the call, has been one of the major drivers of understanding the role of sun exposure, vitamin D, and risk of MS. And things have changed in Australia over the last 40 years about our role of sun exposure. We've had the slip swap campaign, slip swap slap campaign. Almost every cosmetic that is bought and applied, it contains is SPF 50. And also, dermatologists, and there's a dermatologist getting ready for the beach, tell us that, we should not have any sun exposure because it damages our skin. And it certainly does. It certainly does increase our risk of getting skin cancer. And therefore, saying to people, stop obeying sun exposure rules may lead to an explosion in people getting skin cancer, which would not be the right thing. So you've got to have this balance in public health messages between abstinence from sun exposure to potentially a change in the way we think about how much sun we do need. The other thing which we've recently published is been looking at when is the latitudinal gradient established. This is a complicated graph, and this comes from a very complex analysis of a study we did in New Zealand in 2006. We counted nearly everyone in New Zealand with MS at that point. We've got over 97% of people who were recorded, and of those 2,000 or more provide us with a lifetime residency calendar, which meant where they will live their whole lives. And from that, we were able to reconstruct the latitudinal gradient of MS in New Zealand. Now, this yellow line is the actual gradient of MS unadjusted, and this blue line is the timing of the gradient from birth. And so, as you can see, the gradient was actually at present at birth and persistingly strong up until about the age of 12. Then it started decreasing, which is the effect of migration and within the community. But the most important thing is, and this is important for prevention of MS, is that the latitudinal gradient, which if our hypothesis is correct, is driven by sun exposure and vitamin D. Then we have to be thinking about, if we want to prevent MS, our target population is pregnant women, their newborns, and maybe in the first 10 years of life. After that, we may have missed the boat with our sun exposure vitamin D message, but that's has not been fully established, and we're awaiting a number of trials, particularly one from Australia called the PREVANCE study, which is preventing MS with vitamin D, which will hopefully published later on this year. So what else could be driving our change in MS prevalence over time? Well, this is a map of childhood obesity rates, and in reality that looks a lot like the prevalence of MS. The risk of MS goes up as the further you get away from the equator, so does the risk of obesity go up, and except for Saudi Arabia, which seems to be an outlier here. So where do we sit in Australia? Well, we've got a very obese population, and we're really in the top 5 or 6 countries in the world. But obesity is, again, something in MS which may not be important when you've got MS or when you've just been diagnosed. It may be important at a much younger age. And certainly in Australia, the median age of onset of MS is in the late 30s. And these are a couple of studies which were published which show that women with a BMI greater than 30 kilograms per metre squared at the age of 18 more than doubled their risk of developing MS compared to those with a BMI in the normal range. And that was adjusted for age, latitude of age 15, race, ethnicity and smoking. And this study also compared silhouette images of body types and found a similar twofold increase in risk of MS for women reporting a larger body size at age 20 compared to those with a reported a thinner body size. Adjusted risk was nearly doubled. And then in a Danish prospective study, school records from more than 300,000 individuals were utilised to examine BMI in childhood and risk of adult onset. And again, they found that every 1 unit increase in the BMI Z-score from age 7 to 13, and this is even younger, was consistently associated with a significant increase in MS risk, increased by 17% for each increase in 1 unit. And boys also had an increased risk, but the results were significant only for the ages of 8 to 10. But again, this emphasises this is the age 7 to 13, 8 to 10. Obesity in younger adults and adolescents and children may predict future risk of developing MS. So what are other environmental factors that may act at different epochs in a person's life? Well, smoking is certainly one, and most people take up smoking at between 15 and 20 years of age. EBV infection, pregnancy, including age of first delivery and number of pregnancies. As we've shown in the Aussian cohort, that each additional pregnancy reduces the risk of developing MS by nearly 50%. It is an important change. And this is Australia's fertility rate over the last 80, 90 years. And as you can see, we've now got the lowest fertility on record. And these changes in fertility and falls in fertility over time are directly almost mirror the rising prevalence and incidence of MS. And this is the average age of the parents of each delivery. And as you can see, there's been a steady increase in the age of people having children. And this is the age of first pregnancy, which may be one of the most important things. The yellow line was what it was like in 1991. And as you can see at that stage, the peak age group for having children, when 40% had their first baby between age of 20 to 24, compared to 15% for 2018. And you can see the peak age for women to have children, had their first child in 2018 was in fact in the 30 to 34 age group. So there's been a dramatic change in the timing and the number of pregnancies that Australian women are having. And this is a stylised document showing the risk of MS by EBV exposure, indicating that those who have their EBV infection earlier and don't get infectious mononucleosis also have a lower risk of MS than those who have infectious mononucleosis, which is usually a illness of young adolescents and young adults. Again, another epoch of which the risk of MS is defined much earlier than we would expect. So smoking is another important driver of MS risk, and this is a full meta-analysis of showing that if you smoke, you increase your risk of developing MS by about 50%. You also increase your rate of progression. And what is also most interesting is that there's also an increased risk of developing MS for those exposed to passive smoking in childhood and adolescence, indicating again that the factors that affect your inflammatory response in your adolescence may increase your risk of getting MS. So again, smoking rates in Australia have fallen dramatically, but most dramatically for men as compared to women. And this again may reflect point of the fact that the prevalence of MS risk in women is going up faster than the prevalence for MS risk in men. Again, I've just mentioned these additive effects, and this comes from a very nice publication of which Robin Lucas was one of the authors, and this looks at the interaction between genes and various risk factors. As you can see, smoking, if you have just smoking by itself gives you an odds ratio of 1.5, but if you have the HLA-DRB15, which is one of the genetic risk factors for MS, your risk goes up to 7.4. Again, this is a significant additive interaction. And again, BMI interacts with genetic risk factors, and you go from a risk of 2 to a risk of 16, indicating that these factors do not work alone, they work together. So one of the other major challenges is that we can't measure progression in MS. We find it really difficult to be able to say whether someone does or does not have MS, and when someone has MS, we find it very, very difficult to measure change in that person until it's happened. And then the problem is that if you want to know whether a treatment is working, or if you have to often start the person on the treatment, wait for a year or 6 months, and then reassess. And only then can you determine whether that treatment has been effective or not in many cases. And by that time, irreversible damage may have occurred. Again, having a diagnostic test for MS, which is sensitive and specific, would be incredibly useful. Our current diagnostic criteria rely on a number of clinical, radiological, spinal fluid, and electrophysiological markers in combination to make the diagnosis. It's getting more and more precise, but again, its criteria is not actually a diagnostic test. This progression is being made, and we certainly do have a lot of promising markers that we can potentially use in this field. And one is serum neurofilament light chain, which is a marker of neuronal degeneration. And this is attracting a lot of interest in MS, and we're doing some research on it here, and also in combination with Joe at ANU, to try and understand whether we can use neurofilament light chain as a marker of progression in people with MS. Currently, there is no sensitive or specific enough, it's not sensitive or specific enough to be used in clinical practice, but this may change over the next few years, but this is an area of significant interest. The other area of significant interest to us is this idea of multi-omics. We talk about all these things we can measure in someone. We can measure their genome. We can do a study where in its most extreme form, where we can actually map the human genome. We can actually sequence every genetic marker in an individual, and we get 6 billion bits of data for each person. But that means the computational problems that are huge. We can also look at epigenomics, which is, if you like, the annotation or the punctuation of the genome. And that is something that is not fixed and changes with time, and we're very interested in whether the epigenome can tell us about risk, about progression. And then on top of that, we can look at what's called the transcriptome, which is the measure of, which is what happens, how many genes are being expressed and how much are they being expressed, because not all genes are turned on at any one time. And in certain, and that's why many cells have got a very, very restricted repertoire of genes that are expressed, and that reflects their phenotype or their type of cell they are. And then what genes do when they turn on is they make proteins, they synthesize proteins. And we can also look at the proteomics. We can look at the appearance of the protein profile, if you like, in someone's blood, and say and get ideas which may tell us which genes are being turned on and which proteins are involved in risk or getting a disease or the progression of the disease. Then we can look at the effects of those proteins, which is what we call metabolomics, how they affect the metabolism of the body. What is the level of breakdown products? What is the level of things such as, for instance, glucose? Again, very common in diabetes, but it's certainly one of the metabolomics. And then we can also look at the lipid species or the various types of lipids that are produced, because brain cells, like most cells, their surfaces and the myelin is almost exclusively made out of lipids. Then then we can look at the effects of various factors, like the lifestyle and environmental factors I've been talking about, and the clinical outcomes. How are they affected by all of these things? And then these may lead to clinical applications such as personalised medicine, where we can actually look at how these various markers may eventually predict outcomes, and whether those outcomes can be useful in tailoring therapy as in a personalised medicine approach to someone with MS. So we've been, over the last 40 years, been able to decrease MS mortality by more than 50%, delay the progression to secondary progressive MS by more than a decade, significantly increase longevity, increase significantly the rate of employment for people with MS, and we've all been able to show that we have been able to improve the life of people with MS. But we still have a lot of work to do, and the questions we may need to reflect on include prevention at a whole life course effort. We may need to think about risk of MS as being from birth, and need to consider that how we address that in public health measures. And it's impossible to design a study where you take a cohort of people of birth, and then you try and prevent a disease which may not come on for the next 40 years. It presents a lot of issues. And prevention may well focus on a healthier lifestyle, decreasing obesity, increasing vitamin D, sun exposure, decreasing smoking. We'd really like to develop a treatment that prevents or reverses progression in MS, and we're very interested in therapies which potentially replenish that myelin layer in people who've got established MS. So this is the MS research flagship at the University of Tasmania, Menzies. And as you can see, it's quite a large group of people now. We're working really very hard on many aspects of MS, from the socio-economic consequences to the very basic laboratory science, to genetics, to clinical trials, to epidemiology. So I'd like to just thank all the people at the flagship at Menzies, the Ausimmune Auslong Investigators Group, particularly Robin Lucas, who was instrumental in getting those studies up and going, and our funding. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bruce, for your presentation. It's great that you had a legitimate reason to include an image of Darth Vader in your presentation today, so thank you for that. I might share my screen. I think we're best for time for the three of us to present and then allow questions at the end, if you're all right with that, Bruce, just for and it also makes the recording more efficient as well. So I'll get straight into my slides and we'll continue. But thank you for your excellent presentation. So can you see my slides?
Yep.
Fantastic. And it's fantastic the way you've presented, sort of segues into our work. So thank you very much for that, Bruce.
I was trying.
So I'd like to first acknowledge the Ngunnawal people whose land that I'm on today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. This is Ngunnawal country, and it's a land that I work and thrive on. So all the work that I do is part of a team, and I represent the team. So you can see there's Robin Lucas and Bruce Nick Sherbian, Christian Leweck and Carmel Poyser. So I'd just like to thank and acknowledge my research team. So today I'm going to talk to you about what we're doing in our work, the ACT-MS cohort study and the fatigue sub-study. So for those who aren't aware, the cohort study is a longitudinal study. It involves people living with MS and people without MS. It's an ongoing study where we'll do a baseline and then an annual assessment. And many of those factors that Bruce talked about are things we're monitoring. So we're monitoring changes in health and well-being over time. And we want to understand how personal, environmental and psychological factors affect the health and well-being of people living with multiple sclerosis. So there's multiple components. There's online questionnaires. We're looking for things like demographics, health and medical information. We take blood samples to look at those biomarkers of disease progression, and we do multiple measures. So there's the EDSS, the Expanded Disability Status Scale, and we look at things like height and weight as well. For now, due to the COVID pandemic, these are all done in a COVID safe way. So sort of to get an image of what it looks like, so you would do your initial appointment, and then you'd have your 12-month follow-up, and that continues through time. So again, people without MS and with MS are in this study because we want to look at both groups and compare them. And if a person has a relapse with MS, we get them in to take some more bloods and to some more tests just to see what's happening in that phase of their condition. So this is our current data for the cohort study. We've got about 60 participants, but today I'm showing you data for 52 of them. So you can see here for the MS and non-MS, so we have 31 people with MS and 21 without MS. As Bruce mentioned, there's 75% of people, so there's, for every one man, there's 3 women who have MS, so that proportion's fine. And we've got the non-MS group there as well. And what type of MS do they have? They have a range. We're happy to have any type of MS in our study because they all inform what we're looking for. So in this study so far, about 65% have relapsing remitting. And we know in Australia, about 75% of people are diagnosed with that type of MS. And then we have primary progressive, secondary progressive, and progressive relapsing MS. And there's a group that they don't know. So it means they've been diagnosed with MS, but they're not sure which type of MS they're diagnosed with. And often it's people who've diagnosed some time ago that they might not know what type of MS they have. This is sort of the age distribution. So you can see here that we have people with MS across all the age groups. We certainly need more participants without MS in that 30 years to 50 years age group. So moving forward with the ACT-MS cohort study, we're commencing our first year annual reviews, which is really exciting. We're recruiting more participants and always looking for more if you're interested in participating. And we've just established a collaboration with the Sydney Adventist Hospital. It's actually known as the SAN because that's the original name. But yes, we've got a collaboration with the SAN who's going to help us out as a secondary site from next year, which is very exciting. So we've just about to study in January next year the fatigue aspect of this. So this is the first major sub-study from the ACT-MS cohort study. And fatigue is a really important thing to look in related to multiple sclerosis. So it's that overwhelming sense of tiredness. It's the most common and disabling symptom of MS, and up to 95% of people with MS report that it is their most disturbing and disabling symptom. It's reported in all stages and types of MS, and it can be a feature of MS prodrome. So prodrome is before you get diagnosed. When you have those symptoms, we're expecting that fatigue is part of that, as an indicator, an early indicator that MS may be something to diagnose later. So fatigue in MS has cognitive, emotional and physical components to them, and it certainly impairs quality of life. And I've just included some quotes from an individual. So it's nice to have all that on paper, but this is an actual experience of one of our participants. So this participant says that they, have persistent mental and physical fatigue, and how it's robbed their ability to do things. And for this person, they had to retire early. So reading a book can be difficult, so it's hard to focus. It says, it's really slowed them down. They can't plan what they do for the day, and they don't have the mental energy to follow things through. And on the rare days where they do have energy and clarity of thought, they realise what I've lost. So each person with MS has their own unique experience of fatigue, but this is just one person that shows how much it does impact their life. So there's the primary MS fatigue, and we suspect that it's related to the inflammatory or the neurodegenerative processes associated with MS. So the impaired nerve conduct, that says nerve condition there, it's supposed to say conduction, I'm sorry. And then there's the secondary sources. So things like sleep disturbances, medication, other medical conditions, psychological factors, pain, and MS symptoms themselves. Including things like muscle spasticity and bladder issues. So we're not, the causes of fatigue are multifaceted, and that was a fantastic thing that came from Bruce's presentation. MS is complex, and fatigue in MS is complex. But we do know that, or we suspect that, it's multifaceted in that the condition itself causes fatigue. Then there's plenty of environmental factors, and absolutely things like the COVID-19 pandemic could affect someone's level of fatigue, social and cultural pressures as well. Physical health, so the comorbid conditions, as with things like obesity, absolutely can affect fatigue. Sleep disorders, of course, affect how fatigued we feel. Fatigue, which is described as a normal fatigue, so we all fluctuate with our energy levels and our during the day and during different times in our week and life. Medications have side effects, and psychological health. So we know that, for example, depression, that a key feature of depression is lack of motivation and low energy. So you can see how they all interconnect and interrelate. And what we're trying to do is, disentangle some of this to look at, what is MS-related fatigue, and, how do we notice what influences it? So this is why we've designed the fatigue sub-study. So participants will be enrolled in the ACT MS cohort study and then enrolled separately in this sub-study. So essentially we want to understand more about MS-related fatigue. What are the mechanisms? What are the factors? Are there potential biomarkers? So Bruce mentioned some of those. And how do we track that in relation to fatigue? And how all of that affects health and well-being. So we're looking for people both with MS and non-MS, but people who with MS who report fatigue and those who don't. It will be hard to find people who don't, given that so many people do describe that as their key symptom, but we're looking to see in all those populations what is going on across them. So to participate, you just need to be 18 years or older. You can have any type of MS, fatigue or not, and we're looking for people without MS who are of a similar sex and age to compare the people with MS in the study. So as I said, we're going to start next year, and that's also in relation to our collaboration with the SAN, which is very exciting in Sydney. So the participants we're going to ask to come in to ANU every 3 months. So it will be 8 visits over 2 years. Yes, that is quite intensive. What we're looking for is changes over time, but also within seasons. So that's why we're doing a 3-monthly to check each season as well. So it will be a 90-minute session, and we'll provide transport to and from the ANU. So essentially, looking at this diagram, if you're enrolled in the ACT-MS cohort study, which you will be, you wouldn't need to have, the double up. So your first appointment there, we will take the blood and we'll use it for both the sub-study and the major study. But essentially you would come in 3 monthly for the fatigue sub-study, and then you would also do your annual follow-ups through that process. So it's 8 visits in 2 years. So what are we interested in? Again, we were interested in online questionnaires, so things around your digital technologies, but also we want to know about your fatigue, your mood and your sleep. We would do 3 monthly blood samples to check those biomarkers across time and seasons, and the measures. So cognitive tests are what are happening. A lot of people with MS describe cognitive symptoms, so what's happening with your memory and other aspects of your cognition. As Ted presented, vision is really important in relation to disease progression in MS, so we're certainly interested in doing that vision assessment. And the physical tests, and Hannah's spoken about some of these, so we're using some of hers, so that's the hand and finger tapping and walking ability and balance. So why is this research important? Well, the bigger aim of the OHIOH project is to transform healthcare in collaboration with people living with MS, clinicians and healthcare providers. Essentially, our aim is to improve the quality of life of people living with MS. And given that fatigue is such an issue across a lot of people living with this condition, we want to do what we can to try to understand it better and reduce the impact it has. So if you are interested, you can always look up the Our Health in Our Hands website. If you'd like to know more about this research, you can contact me or the ACTMS cohort study email. And myself and Carmel will answer that. So you're more than welcome to contact us if you'd like to know more about those studies. So I'd like to thank all of our participants. We're just so lucky that we have a really engaged MS community in the ACT who are, really engaged in our research, and we're just so thankful for your involvement. There's researchers across our Health in Our Hands program that we're thankful for, and our collaborators. And of course, I'm thankful for the full research team in our MS team for all the work they do. So I'm just going to finish off and hand you over to Rowan, but I thought this is a really good time to thank everyone for in relation to the ACTMS Symposium. So we've had a really fantastic attendance over the full day, and I know a lot of people can't attend in person, and they'll certainly watch the recordings. So thank you for being interested and engaged in this symposium. It's been a really interesting and exciting symposium to be a part of. To all the facilitators, so we had today Vanessa Fanning, Anne Brusler, Jane Desborough and Katrina Chisholm. So thank you so much for facilitating the sessions. And all of the speakers, Bec Duncan, Ben Rattray and Joe Northey, David Sharkey, Annika van der Walt, Eleanor Price, Ted Mattis, Prince Sebastian, Adam Henschke, Anne Parkinson, Janet Drew, Hannah Suerman, Bruce Taylor, and we've got Rowan Greenland coming up. So it's been a fantastic day. I'd also like to thank the organising committee. So Robin Lucas was involved, Vanessa Fanning, thank you so much, and Anne Brusler. And our comms team have been amazing. So Toby, Tobias James, and Callow, who helped with the video during the breaks. So these things take a lot of organisation, and I just want to thank everyone who's been involved and contributed, and I'm sorry if I missed anybody. All right, so that's me done. So I'll stop sharing my screen. Awesome, and I will hand you over to Rowan Greenland, who's our CEO of MS Australia, and welcome.
Thank you. I hope my slides are now in view. I just add my congratulations too to the organisers. It's been an excellent symposium, and also I'd like to say that we really do have a wonderful MS community in Canberra, and since starting with MS Australia back in December, I've come to really value your counsel, your advice, your support, and importantly your energy. In my summary remarks, I'm really going to have a quick look at how MS Australia is moving forward. The results, I'm giving you a sneak preview of the results from our priorities survey, which we'll be publishing soon. And then talk a bit about how we're going to try and attempt to supercharge the MS research agenda going forward. As you know, MS Australia and Research Wing MS Research Australia merged last year, and we've been in the process of bringing those two entities together. with a strong focus, a continued focus, and if anything, a renewed and reinvigorated focus on research, advocacy, education awareness, and the operations side of our work as well. We have been, in the last few months, engaging in a strategic planning process. We've been developing a strategic plan for the new combined entity for the coming 5 years. We've held focus groups around the country. We've had consultation with our member organisations, with international bodies, with similar organisations overseas. We've done a major survey about our research and advocacy priorities to get the input from the MS community. And we hope to have that strategic plan finalised soon and launched towards the end of the year. I said I was going to give you a bit of a sneak preview on some of the outcome from the priorities survey. We will be publishing this in the near future, so this is, as I said, a sneak preview. It's a repeat of a survey we did, largely a repeat of a survey we did in 2016, really to help us determine the priorities in the research space of the MS community. And that includes researchers, people living with MS, family, carers, donors, and everyone really with an interest in the MS space. We undertook the survey between July and August, and we've been completely delighted to have had 3,000 responses. That's a huge survey, probably the biggest that's been done in Australia with the MS community in a survey of this nature. And more than half of those were people living with MS. And so this is 3 times the number of people who completed our 2016 survey, 3 times the number. So we're really delighted with the response, and thank you for all those who participated. The survey, for those of you who completed, will be familiar with it, but we asked about the overall priorities. We drilled down into specific research questions, and it's been a wonderful tool for us, and will continue to be a wonderful tool for us for many years to come, because we could actually slice and dice the survey, for example, according to different characteristics, connection to MS or type of MS, and we're able to compare and contrast the results that we've achieved this year with the results we had 5 years ago. What did you tell us? Number 1 priority, and this is similar to the priority set in the 2016 survey, so it's probably not a huge surprise that the top research priority is very much a cure for MS and through remyelination and regeneration. The second priority, prevention of MS, and both primary and secondary prevention. And the third was better treatment for MS. And it's interesting because the 2016 results had better treatment for MS above prevention of MS. They're all considered important, but it's interesting to see that nuanced change. As I said, the full results will be released shortly. So, but the reason we did the survey was to help inform our next strategic plan for the coming 5 years. Another thing we did new for the 2021 survey was asked about advocacy priorities. And the top priority was, and this is was an interesting result, but you want us to advocate for additional funding for MS research. And that was a very clear first priority. Secondly, approval of new MS medications, both for use in Australia and also for inclusion on the PBS. Third, was better access to treatment, including disease-modifying therapies and treatments for symptoms. But third, for those with MS, was actually meeting the disability needs of people who are not eligible for the NDIS. And so these priority advocacy priorities, again, will have informed the development of our strategic plan. We're really, really pleased with the survey results, partly because they reaffirm the direction we've been taking in our MSA research strategy for the last few years. But it also helps us really reaffirm our commitment to supercharge the research agenda for MS in Australia. One of the things that really amazes me is how far we've come in the last 5 to 10 years, particularly with the impact of the DMTs, but we're really excited by what can be achievable over the coming 5 to 10 years. That's why we think we're at a pivot point, and I've seen other people in the international MS space talk about this pivot point, and so we really are keen to pump more money into MS research over the coming 5 to 10 years, because we think the exciting breakthroughs are really ahead of us now. And again, we're also really pleased that the priority survey has reaffirmed the direction we've been taking in the last few years. In 2018, we developed a roadmap to defeat MS in Australia. In 2019, we had an implementation plan for that roadmap. And now I'm very pleased to say that we've got a detailed and comprehensive proposal to partner with the Medical Research Future Fund to help supercharge that research agenda. And I'm also pleased to let you know that we've got a meeting with the Minister in a few weeks' time to discuss that proposal directly with him. That proposal, again, reflects our research roadmap and the implementation plan that very pleasingly the Minister endorsed. And the 3 major focuses of our proposal to partner with the MRFF is to find cures through repair and regeneration, develop better treatments and prevent MS, and support and expand clinical trials for the cure and prevention of MS. Just to talk a bit about our research platform, we are really pleased that since we set up MS Research Australia in 2004, we've put almost $50 million into MS research, and we really hope, as I say, in the years ahead to actually significantly boost that investment. We've funded 327 individual grants. We've got 60 ongoing individual research grants, 4 international platforms and 7 national platforms. The research priorities and streams, some of you will be very familiar with this. They range from repair, regeneration and neuroprotection under the cure for MS stream, better treatments, causes and prevention, genetics and epidemiology, neurobiology, immunology and social and applied. And I'm pleased there's been a lot of talk about prevention today, and it's an area I think has probably been underdone in the research space in the past. The other part of our research program, or a major part of it, is the investigator-led grants. And in fact, our Research Management Council will meet on the 29th of October to consider this year's funding tranche. And we're very excited about that. And we'll be announcing the outcomes of that early next year. And on top of that, we've got the national research platforms. Many of these have been mentioned today. We've got the MS Australia Brain Bank, we've got Prevans, Informs, the longitudinal study, clinical trials. All these are exciting platforms, and more detail about those are available on our website. But at the end of the day, it's the community that is powering research. What we've been doing is we've brought MS Australia and MS Research Australia together. We're also aligning across the MS organisations our fundraising work. And so our fundraising team is now being managed by MSL on behalf of all of the MS organisations. So we're getting better integration of our fundraising to drive greater efficiencies and effectiveness, and with the sole objective of raising more money for research. This year, I'm really pleased we had a record donation from one of our member organisations, MSWA, and I thank them profusely for providing us with a record $7.4 million for the research agenda. And also I'm really pleased that the May 50K this year raised $5.2 million in an outstanding amount. And I know many people in Canberra have been involved in fundraising for us, either through participation or sponsorship of people in the May 50K. And we were delighted with the outcomes. We really hope to grow our fundraising program in this integrated way. The May 50K is a key part of it, but it's not the only part of our fundraising endeavours. We have major gifts program. We've got engagement with corporates. We've got a program that looks at raising funds directly around the tax appeal and the Christmas appeal, and a whole range of other initiatives as well. But I'm really pleased that the MS organisations are working so cooperatively together to really supercharge our fundraising efforts. What we do is really supported almost entirely by the community. And as I say, we're now looking to also bring in the government, if we can, through the MRFF to again significantly boost the funding that we can make available to drive the research, much of which you've heard about today. So really, I'm going to finish there, and a short but sharp presentation. Last speaker of the day. The best advice about that is keep your presentation short. And again, just a thank you to everybody in the MS community for your ongoing support. As I can say from MSA's perspective, we're really excited about what's achievable over the next 5 to 10 years, and we're deeply committed to supercharging the research effort over that time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rowan. What a fantastic way to finish our symposium today. So I'd love for people, if you have any questions for Bruce or Rowan, now's a fantastic time to do that. You can either put it in the chat or just put on your microphone and ask. That'd be great. So someone's just asked about a practical thing around the recordings. So we will have the recordings on this website probably next week. Thanks to Toby and the team. As soon as we can, we'll put them up. So people can watch, or the people who couldn't join us live today can watch it after the symposium. So Anne, do you mind coming back on? Yep. And
yeah, no, I actually wanted to ask a question for Bruce. Just in his intro, Bruce, you mentioned the increase in prevalence in Tasmania. I thought that was really interesting and striking. Do you think that has also to do with more diagnosis or better monitoring?
Well, thanks, Anne. Well, that's a question. One of the reasons why we've had MS care in Hobart, in a very formalised and centralised manner since 1996. So we originally thought that, and that's always been the question about prevalence, is it's because we're finding more people, but we would have thought, we thought very clearly that in 2010 that we had a very well developed system of recognising and rapid diagnosis and rapid access to MS care, that any effect of that would have dissipated over the last 10 years. And in fact, what has happened is that the prevalence has continued to increase. So we don't think it's because of increased care, and we don't think it is because of recognising people earlier. In fact, the interval between onset and diagnosis has not changed significantly in Hobart, and professionally, I don't see people with more benign disease. We're seeing people, and we're having an absolute flood of new diagnoses at this moment in time, and these are people with very clear-cut symptoms and signs and appearances of MS. So no, I don't think that's the case. That's a very long-winded answer. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's also, I was wondering, because I guess living in Tasmania is also not the worst thing if you have MS. So I was wondering if it also reflects people with MS maybe moving there.
Yeah, well, see, that's interesting. I mean, I didn't show you all our data, but what we then looked at was incidence, which is new diagnosis of people with MS, which is separate from migration. And there were a number of people who did migrate into Hobart, also a number of people who left. But the incidence has also more than doubled in the last 10 years. So that's just local people who've gone on to develop MS or have moved here before they've developed MS. And so that's also very striking.
Thanks.
I think you should do a prevalence study of MS in the ACT. It's the ideal location. It's defined. It's got a reasonable sized population. It would be very nice to know what the true prevalence of MS in your community is.
Can definitely try for something like that, yeah.
Bruce, do you think it's because of the increase in risk factors, or a combination of issues?
Well, that's what I was trying to show you.
Driving it?
Well, what I think, this is a theory that I've been thinking about since we've got this data, is why would the prevalence of MS go up? And the factors that I tried to talk about there: smoking, obesity, decreased sun exposure. are all things that, you know, that have changed in our community, you know, and decreased fertility are all things that have changed in our community over the last 40 years, which is the at-risk period. And it may be that we're seeing this perfect storm of these risk factors, which have a significant impact on risk of developing MS, have all come together, and we may be seeing the result of that. And our data is not unique. There are many other studies around the world which showing, you know, increasing prevalence of MS in multiple locations. And in Newcastle, their prevalence rate, as measured from their 2011 study, was not that far behind that in Hobart. So, yeah, no, I think we're going to see. We don't have any other prevalence data from around Australia, but we are doing through our health economics group here. We're looking at predicting MS prevalence around Australia by the number of people who actually receive a prescription for disease-modifying therapy, and we've done this twice, shows an increase each time, and we're going to repeat it again. So, yeah.
Bruce, there's another question that's come up in the chat around, and you mentioned it, like there's a protective factor associated with pregnancy and MS, and it asks why isn't there not a greater prevalence in perimenopause onset? There seems to be, it's rare to be represented for over 40s. So essentially, I suppose it's around the fluctuations of sex hormones in women and the link to menopause or perimenopause.
Well, in the most prevalent group of people with MS in the community are women in their 50s and 60s. But the risk factors for developing MS happen well before the perimenopausal era. And the fall in sex hormones may in fact be protective, but again, that's been an area of significant research over the last 50 years. And, you know, people have looked at studies by giving people extra estrogen, extra progesterone, looking at the various sex hormones that have not shown any ability to alter or decrease the risk. The only thing that's been shown, and again, this is also controversial, is the data I mentioned from the Immune study and a couple of other studies on the protective role of pregnancy and earlier pregnancy and number of pregnancies. And also we know that when people are pregnant with MS, that their disease is ameliorated. It's like being on a disease-modifying therapy. People have less relapses, less attacks, and less progression. And so being pregnant is actually good for people with MS, but we can't replicate that by medication or change or hormonal manipulation.
Thanks, Bruce. Vanessa has a question.
Yeah, a question for Bruce. I'm not sure really whether it's a question or a comment. But Bruce, you may be involved in the ATA 188 development and trial, and that of course flows from research that was done in Australia, and Australia is one of the sites of the clinical trials. But the comment that or the observation I've seen is that it may not be available clinically for another 5 years. It reinforces what you were saying about things taking 10, 15, 20 years to come to fruition. And I suppose there are a number of us at a certain stage in life that would dearly love to just offer themselves up as guinea pigs because I don't meet the criteria for the clinical trial, and often the criteria for clinical trials are quite restrictive and especially biased against people in the older age cohort and with more advanced MS. So I just wonder if you could comment on that.
Yeah, that question about restrictions for clinical trials is a real bugbear of mine, particularly when we're looking at trials of progressive MS, which not invariably, but very, very frequently affects people in their 50s, 60s, and in their 70s, and their cut-off age for these studies is not. That does not allow us to recruit people. So there's several progressive MS studies being done in Australia at the moment, and they're struggling to recruit people. They've got 1, 2, 5, sort of people from multiple centres because of the age restriction. Now, I'd failed to get into most of the studies by my age, and I don't think I'm unhealthy at all. But people with MS tend to be healthy. So it's one of the struggles I have with drug companies. And when they come and say, we want to do a study, and I say, what's your inclusion criteria? And I go, well, you're never going to recruit anyone. If you relax your criteria, you'd get a whole bunch of people who are very enthusiastic who want to participate, and will provide you with really good real world data. And because I really think that we're restricting our studies to people who potentially may actually be biased to doing well in their study and may give you a false outcome. Whereas if we really looked at a real world situation, firstly, we'd get a much better idea of how to treat progressive MS. And you've raised a real bugbear with me. It really does annoy me. We're about to unroll a major study across Australia looking at trying to use transcranial magnetic stimulation to improve myelination. And we've been very careful to try and set our inclusion criteria as best as we can, because there's always this fear in researchers that if you bring in people who are too old and at greater risk of getting having other illnesses or other comorbidities, it may dilute the effect of your treatment. And that's the reason why drug companies do it. But I think that if we can include the group of people who are the most likely to turn up for the trials, most likely to be involved and most likely to participate, we'll do much better. I'm sorry, I talked a lot about that, but I agree with you completely.
Absolutely, Bruce. Well, we'd really like to thank Bruce and Rowan for fantastic final session for the symposium. So thank you so much. And I'm sure you can contact, we should have, time with Bruce once a month or something to ask all the questions we have for him. But thank you so much. And again, thank you to everyone for participating in the symposium. It's been fantastic, and we're really grateful and appreciate everyone who's participated and contributed. It's a real pleasure for us to be able to give this to the MS community, and we'll be back with a vengeance next year. So thanks everyone, and you don't want to say any final comments? No, all right.
I think you wrapped it up.
We've gone over time, so well done everybody, take care, and we look forward to interacting with you all soon.